fingers crossed for Shocks. Anybody at home can do the same. And they're going to be facing off against Illuminar. Now, say you watched Illuminar a couple of months ago. This is not the team you would have seen if you watched Illuminar the month before that. It would have been a different roster again. And the month before that, you're getting the point. Illuminar are changing players an awful lot. But the team they've got now is interesting. Like, Innocent and Reitz were definitely the two players you would have wanted to keep from that Illuminar roster. Like, I think Innocent has been hands down the best player in this team for quite a while. Veggie was someone who in the XVP roster was able to do some damage. Of course, Mihu's definitely the person that we looked at to be the star. But then they've also thrown in Stacks into the mix. Now, I don't know many people in Counter-Strike who don't want Snacks to get back to the top of his game. Maybe there's a few bitter fans or some salty people out there who don't want this guy to succeed, but he has pulled off some of the most exciting plays in Counter-Strike history and is part of the reason that Virtus Pro were as legendary as they are. So seeing him in this roster also excites me. And Mounds is another one. He's been in the mid-tier of Polish CS for a long time. And this team that they've thrown together, it doesn't look bad on paper. But that is the thing with every single Polish team that we seem to see in recent times is on paper, you know what? They don't look bad, but it just seems to coming down to practice that things don't work too well. In their first official, of course, they lost to Endpoint, which I'd say this is the best looking Endpoint we've seen in a long time, but I still don't think they should be beating the caliber of players that we see on the other side. So I'm interested to see what will happen. I've spoken for a long time, so I'm going to let Ryan give you his thoughts instead.
I think I'm very much on the same page. I think the only thing I'd add is that you mentioned sort of they're good on paper. What matters is how it comes together. I think that obviously from a leading perspective, they've got the experience. They know what they're looking to do, but actually executing on it, being well drilled, having every player involved in that kind of system, that structure that their leader is going for, it takes time as well. And time is something that Illuminar don't tend to be giving their players, it seems, which I think is something they have to be mindful of as so many adjustments have been made in the past few months.
Yeah, I think that's always going to be a case. If you have a team that's consistently changing again and again and again, it's very difficult to ever get any synergy. And to be honest, like most teams, when they're thrown together, sometimes you get like a substitute or sometimes you get players coming back together and there's a honeymoon period. We talk about how teams can play really well in the first few weeks and then everything falls off and they need to work hard. Then you have the opposite, where things don't necessarily gel instantly. You take the time and they improve. Now, what we're currently seeing from Illuminar is they're changing players every few weeks. And yeah, sure, I think the roster that they currently have, at least in terms of the personnel they've managed to pick up, looks the most interesting of the last few that we've seen. And the others didn't really work too well. I don't think they had anywhere near the success they were hoping for in MDL. So it's understandable that they've made some changes. They picked up some big names, at least. But I'm hoping this roster's given more of a chance. Of course, there's plenty of online Counter-Strike at the moment because there isn't much going on elsewhere. We obviously have this cup. I know the UCC are involved in another cup going on at the same time. I know that there's going to be the Road to Rio starting relatively soon. There's plenty going on. I know I believe their SLTV thing is being run as well, like the month of their league. So there's so much online Counter-Strike for these teams to practice. Sure, I know personally that no matter how this team plays online, they will be better on LAN. I don't think there's an argument there. That is in their blood. Like, you could play at 99%, you'll play 120 when it gets to LAN. Like, something just comes out of nowhere and the Polish players just perform. So if they can even pull off like decent results, get qualifications, get back to what Illuminar were doing before, where they were actually qualifying for DreamHack Opens, and even at points we're getting an invite slot. Like that's something that became apparent. Like sometimes they were one of the like few teams actually invited to a DreamHack Open challenging for 100k events. Now, if that's something they can get back to, obviously not over the next few months because there are no LAN events, then they can start to build something. But of course, you do have to remember that I'm sure the amount of money it costs for these players is going to be a little bit more expensive than you would have previously. And because of that, well, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. It seems like, obviously, we've got a little bit of a tech issue. So I've just been drowned out. The hook's been dragging me off. So looks like we're going back to some music, guys. Enjoy.
Welcome back, folks. It looks like we're ready to kick things off. Illuminar versus Smash is where we still are. Unfortunately, a few technical issues causing a few problems here. Looks like a quick server change as well, but we should be all set.
Brian's fault.
To start things on Mirage. Yeah, I broke it.
Brian didn't download. He didn't download enough RAM, and we had to pause everything. Thankfully, I was on hand to send him the right link, and now he has at least 45 gigabytes of RAM.
Download more RAM.com. What's not to love?
That wasn't it.
That's fair, that's
It was ramin.com.
I mean, that's...
Don't type that in. Don't type that in.
Folks, that could take you to all kind of places I would not recommend heading that way.
Good website, though. Either way,
I'm sure
we
you're
are going to be getting into this one. I'm a sub. Not the point. We are going to be finding out who'll be taking another victory, of course, in our round robin. Who's going to be doing it in the group stage. And I don't know. I think this one's actually quite hard to predict because sure, you do have a stand-in for Smash. Stand-in obviously being a bit of a loose term because they are probably just trialing players. That's how this is actually going. I'd be very happy to see some more Estonians get into Counter-Strike. I know that there's... Well, obviously, that was where I actually started casting, so it is definitely interesting for me to see some of the players that I've watched for maybe 5-6 years actually start to come through. Obviously, some of those include HS. Fates is another one. He was always on the roster online bots who managed to beat the best Lithuanian team in Lithuania a while ago. And obviously, since then, he's been all over the world. Joined a Chinese team for a bit. Probably made some decent cash there. I can't imagine how that worked, but that guy really has been all over the world. And I'm happy to see him back in Europe, if I'm honest. He had a stint in Hellraisers as well, but... I think that he was a talent that I almost wonder if it was sort of like in football, where a Chinese team come knocking, probably offer you a better deal than you would be getting if you were playing in Europe. But it depends how much that actually damages your career, because obviously in the Asian Counter-Strike, there's only so much in terms of qualification. You get like maybe a few events per year where Tyloo or Vici or someone like that, maybe MVP, managed to get a qualification spot. And unfortunately, that means opportunities are fairly slim. Also, if you're a European guy going over and joining a Chinese team, I have no idea how that worked communication-wise. And I wonder how much he would have been able to achieve just staying in Europe. But he is back. He's playing alongside some other... I don't want to call them rejects because it's not what I mean in the sense of it, but they are players who have been in other teams, not necessarily been picked up to the team that is successful in their main region. Obviously, with Bulgaria, a lot of the time you see players actually going abroad. You have the likes of Cirque, who's obviously moved into other teams. Poison as well, off to America as well. But nonetheless, he has now found himself a European squad. And I think that's a good way to go about it. Grux as well as another who's a talent. And I always enjoy watching a little bit of Disco Doppler. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Smash can do. Obviously, as said, playing with a stand-in versus a team that's newly formed. It's going to be an interesting match, and we're into our pistol round.
It's going to be an all-out brawl is what it's going to be. His Innocent will kick things off with a quick headshot onto your main man, Shox. Not the way he wanted to start things off, just spotting window. Couldn't see a thing. Now Fates looking to get down short, maybe secure a trade frag here if he's possible, as they're under pressure. Top connector and window proved to be a bit of a problem, and once more, it's just a simple trade. Oh, that's tasty.
Oh, this is going very well for the CT side. Mouse with a couple. Fate's going to be the last one left alive, but they know exactly where he is. Reet's watching the angle, and it's going to be the pistol round going the way of Illuminar. Good start for the CT side. Pretty crisp in terms of their just individual skill. But that is something we basically expect from these Illuminar players. It's whether or not they're going to have the synergy. Also, I feel like I'm interested to know who's actually calling in this roster, because that's what I feel like you can stick CIS Counter-Strike and Polish Counter-Strike fairly close together in terms of it's difficult to like sort of spot out the strong in-game leaders. Like I don't think there's necessarily too many. I think Ruby might be one of them, but even still, there's never really too much focus on those sort of players. Again, nice start to the round from the CT side. There is a bit of investment here for the T's, just a few pistols purchased up, and Grux is going to be able to catch off a man with the Glock. Of course, they will be able to come in with a buy in the next round. So any damage that is done here is going to be valuable. And 2 kills already with just a couple of pistols is a pretty big success. Even managing to catch a dink onto one more, but Shox isn't going to be able to find another. So 2-0, no surprise there. Illuminar confirming their lead. But this is where the pressure really will be on, as they're now going to be battled with some actual gun.
Just 5 rifles though, so there will be no AWP in play for the T side, but they're also going to struggle with utility actually as well, so that's not ideal. This likely prompts something very quick and dirty from the T side as they force the duel in mid early on. Shox getting a great entry on Snacks.
Just a pre-fire start. Although he has been playing for quite a while, obviously this is a brand new thing for him, so I think kills like that are going to be important. Like, there's a lot of pressure on him to try and show himself in this matchup, which I think is always the hardest thing about going into these sort of matches. But at the same time, the better things go, the better he will play. Like, that's what it's going to come down to for him in this match. I think it's very difficult to keep a level head. I will say there are some pretty cool and collected individuals. And there you go, a triple kill already for Shox. What a start to the rifle round. Of course, a couple of trades have come back, but it's not looking good for the CT side. Mao's going to be left all on his lonesome. A 1 versus 3. Gruk's fairly low, but Fates and Disco Doppler are not. And I wonder if it might just be worth saving the rifle. That's the thing. Those extra couple of kills in the last round have actually proved vital. Look at the money that's currently remaining. And well, look at Disco Doppler making sure that there's no save. 3 players-ish can sort of buy in the next round, but it's not looking good. This was clean from Shox. And this is exactly what you want to see. Someone new coming onto the scene. And that was just a sheer confidence play. And I actually quite like the way that Smash are utilizing him here. Like, if he's not going to be privy to a lot of their actual strategies. So if they're going to start using him as an entry fragger, that could actually be one of the best ways to use someone who doesn't know a lot of the things that you are normally doing.
It's hands down the best way. Let him go wild, especially when he's popping off as well. I mean, that was a triple kill that opened up the A site, so this makes sense. He's going to look for the kill this time in Connect. They're slightly struggling to force the issue, but of course, using the smoke to his advantage, the CT retreats. And that leaves us here. Mid-control once more for the T side, as now they look poised to either fight into window, fight bottom connector. Heck, they can even fight short. They have a lot of opportunities here. That's for sure.
Well, they've managed to gain a lot of mid-control. Utility is starting to wear a little bit thin. A couple of Molotovs, a single smoke, and some flashbangs. Snacks aggressive with the scout. Now, he might get one hit, but after missing the moment, he has to try and fall back and reposition. Actually, a little bit risky trying to pressure with a nade out, but luckily Disco Doppler is going to be able to find the kill from short. And that leaves this B site completely open. The CT side, just save. Keep those weapons into the next round. Give yourself a chance to fight. You'll start to build up some loss bonus now. But yeah, very, very good second round. And the T's, honestly, I don't really want to see them hunting in this situation. When you know that your opposition is saving like rifles or they've got M4s and AWP, whatever, I can understand hunting here. Like, you've got some money, a little bit built up, so you can take some risks. When you know that they're on pistols, scouts, etc., don't give them an AK. Even if you take down 2 players and drop 1 AK, it is not a worthwhile trade because, let's be real, there is much more chance of Innocent or Snacks or whoever you name it clutching things out with an AK-47 in the next round than a Deagle.
Very interested to see what Smash can do in terms of just plowing through rounds on their T side, to be honest. Especially just given the aggressive tendencies we've seen from them quite early on here as well. Of course, dropping the pistol, but after that, some pretty early success from them, to be honest. They won the first buy and immediately followed up with their second as well. Now they're looking for what should be quite a comfortable third. As you mentioned, obviously they have the upgraded pistols here, so there's always a chance of something, but I'd like to think Smash will be able to keep this one relatively clean. This time, completely abandoning mid, in fact, and purely focusing on what's happening over on A. Veggie, great shot on towards Shock. Got a way to start things off. Will be traded. The smash come thick and fast out onto the site. From there, should be pretty easy now. I don't imagine we're going to see anything too wild. The Famous throws a complete curveball here. Not only one, but a very close second. Bubble surviving on just 13 HP.
Innocent giving it a damn good go. It's left on to Snacks with a deagle. There's always going to be a part of me that hopes to see some Snacks magic, but I'll be honest. Looking at his team right now, I genuinely see Innocent being the best player on that team. I think it's been a while since we've seen the legendary Snacks. There were glimmers of it at V4 Festival when they played on LAN. But other than that, there's definitely been some issues. And I think the loss of someone like Mihu is always going to be upsetting, because he's been someone who has deserved an opportunity for quite a long time. So it is definitely good to see him move on, maybe. But the team he's joined is a bit of a weird one. Obviously, for anybody who doesn't know, Mihu's going to Envy in NA. So obviously Europeans now being picked up all over the shop to try and fill the void for some of their NA talent. But yeah, it's a shame for the Polish scene, because I think that he has been one of the most, if not the most talented player they've had for quite a while. I do think Diha is now fantastic. I've enjoyed watching him play a lot. And there's still a part of me that thinks Snatchy can definitely rise back up. Interesting that he's actually not one of the players here, and Snacks is going to be AWPing, so maybe looking for some vintage moments from him. The Ts, in the meantime, have been gifted mid for free. The CTs, I'm surprised not to see a little bit more aggression from them, and Snacks actually taking a bit of a peek makes sense, because they don't actually have the utility to really defend off any sort of push, so they need a man advantage just to make sure that it doesn't just come down to 1v1 fight.
Well, talking of Jules, it will be Shocks again leading the charge here. Slightly... I'm not quite sure that's a smoke he was intending for. Does mean he just gets simply taken down there. I think he was aiming for jungle rather than re-smoking top connector. That would have been ideal at letting him then get out onto the site, but not going to happen. Veggie, that's a duel you should win every day of the week. This round, just wild, to be honest with you. Illuminar do get quite a comfortable retake. Veggie should be able to win that fight, but well, at least it gives them the plant, I suppose. Something out of nothing from Smash, as Illuminar equalised 3-3.
Yeah, not a bad round back from the CT side after obviously having the last few go the other way. Of course, the Ts are going to be able to comfortably buy back into this one. There's plenty of money to share across the team. Of course, in this situation, our Fates is going to be picking up the AWP after their recent roster change. Definitely has the talent to do it. And a player who has grown over the years. That is one hell of a start. Trying to cross ramp, and Fates is waiting. Even hitting the headshot just for good luck. And that is going to be Snacks gone within the first few seconds of the round. Reet's also tagged within inches of his life. This is a strong start. Innocent looking to try and throw a bit of a spanner in the works, but instead it's Reet's actually getting dunked out. Interesting. The neighbor's actually thrown into the back of jungle, so they clearly had an idea where he was. Now Grux is able to sneak his way through the A site, looking like it's about to fall under the control of this T side. Shock's also lurking back through cover off anybody looking to get in from ladder room, and he spotted the gun. This should be a free kill. Veggie does at least manage to pick off one, but still the bomb should be planted in a matter of seconds, and with the positions currently held, the only real worry is if Shocks goes down from short, but it doesn't seem like they're going to push from this way, and I think the CTs in fact have given up on the round.
Probably a smart call, to be honest. They know Shocks' position is very advantageous for him. Even with the kill now, it doesn't really matter. Makes sense to save those two rifles for the CT side. Gives them something they can fight with in the next round. That just makes round 8, frankly, a little more winnable than what it otherwise would be with just pistols. So they want to save what they can. Unfortunately, one rifle already taken down. It leaves just Mouse now with the AK. But even one singular AK is a huge upgrade for them. So, again, makes complete sense to back away and save. Especially given how this game is unfolding right now. It's very much around here, around there. Economy is a bit of a mess for both of these teams. So saving is going to be a crucial part of ensuring that Illuminar can keep themselves in this, keep trading rounds back and forth, and go 5-4, 6-6, and so on as this game develops.
Yeah, the issue is the T side are always going to come out better in those scenarios. Like, the fact is the money is always just going to be easier to gain on their side. You have the addition of the ability to get the bomb down. That always helps you out quite significantly. But also just weaponry is cheaper in general. Sure, you do have the recent changes to the silenced M4, which does make it at least closer to the price of the AK, but it's still more expensive. You still are more likely to need the grenades in your rounds, and also kits. It's an extra $400 that you have to spend if you are going to have a chance here. Now, this round is looking pretty much done already. I know we're only 30 seconds in, but the T side are making their way into the B site. As of right now, there is absolutely no one there, and it is the full stack on A. Now, I'm hoping that the remaining T players will actually just like leave this, because I think realizing that they've completely stacked the site, the chances of you actually being able to get a kill and get away is fairly slim. Now, Bubble, he can't really exit just yet, and actually going to go down. Now, this may seem like, oh, it's just a round done, Smash have won it, it doesn't really matter in the grand scale of things, but that means they can save a second AK. Now, the Ts can afford to try and challenge this, maybe get rid of them, because they do have a bit of a bank building up. However, if Disco goes down and they're somehow able to save that third gun, although that's not going to happen anymore, it would be a bit of a problem for them. So they don't want to throw too many weapons away. At the same time, they do want to try and get rid of the ones that are being held by the CT side.
This good option will fall, actually, in the final few seconds. Certainly not ideal, but Smash also have a fair bit of money in the bank across their 5 players, so not really the end of the world for them, whereas for Luminar, much more impactful to have those 2 AKs. You can see Mouse and Innocent, the 2 players that will continue to wield them as the York comes up onto Snacks, Veggie Reeds as well. And even though it's only $1,500 they carry forward, Tom, that $1,500 is going to play a huge part in their CT half later throughout this game, so it's the little bits, they all add up. Now it's in the saving spot. We'll get to focus on this round instead. What can they do with the rifles they have? Well, the answer's pretty clear. Veggie kills every single person. Very simple. 1, 2, 3, all out ramp. He even finishes one off with the USP and whips out the M4 for Bubble as well. He makes it look easy. 5 beautiful kills. Job done for Veggie.
Yeah, and an attempted rush push. Like, these are things that that's basically an attempt by Smash to just change up the pace. Like, it's one of those scenarios where when you look at them lose it like that, you kind of want to critique them, I guess, because you go, okay, how's a round gone that badly when you were doing so well previously? But at the same time, it's one of those rounds where you basically, if you catch them off guard, it can be a free round and it can really throw off your opposition. If they're ready and stacked up like that and Veggie just hits all his shots, yeah, you're going to look a little bit silly. So they'll now fall back into what is more of their default rounds. You got the AWP onto Fates, a decent amount of utility, and still AKs across the board. So it's not really the end of the world. The one issue is that Illuminar managed to keep that one relatively clean. So they're now starting to build up some money themselves. 4 rounds on the board already. AWP back into the hands of Snacks. They've kept the AKs, which is always going to be important for the CT side. It seems like a menial factor, but a single bullet to the face is a lot easier, especially with the animations they have. But Fates, again, it seems like he's enjoying wielding this AWP. That's now another entry on the T side. Obviously, it is commonly a lot harder to find the picks on the T side. Mirage is a map where you do see a lot more aggression, so maybe there's a few more opportunities here, but he's been doing very well, and he's given space to Disco Doppler. I don't know if Veggie's going to expect him to be in this corner, and he does not. This leaves one man defending the A site completely on his own reach. The only real saving grace is if he catches the bomb, and he does. That's something to play with. The only issue is there's 2 more players from Smash looking to come right back in from behind. He gets a second, which is a very nice attempt from Reitz, it has to be said. But all in all, we'll see if it plays a part in the round, especially with them still having access to the A site. At least, though, Innocent is now on spot.
Well, they're giving his teammates a chance, most importantly. Rather than a 2v4, it's only a 2v3, which sounds hard, but it's not that impossible. Unfortunately, it's just not worked out at all, has it? Disco, Doppler, and Bubble both winning 1v1s in Connector and CT, and from there the round is very much done. And well, looking at Smash, it has to be said, they do love abusing this mid boost, don't they? It's the third or fourth round now. We've seen either Shox or someone else get up into window and kill the player jungle. You'd think illuminar would have clocked onto it by now.
Yeah, I think the issue is that they are losing players across the map. So, like, if you lose that opening pick, especially to the AWP, it's actually quite intelligent from the T side to realize that the likelihood is the opening is going to be in middle. Because it's either that or you solo one of the sites. And a lot of the time, you want to have a quick rotation available to you. So I think they've just realized, okay, if we get the opening pick, window is basically ours for the taking. And you're right, that's not something they can really afford. Unfortunately, it always seems to be like a domino effect. If you lose that opening pick, something somewhere seems to go wrong. And well, in this round at least, a little bit more presence in that direction. However, again, well, they should have heard the drop down because they didn't make it. And you can even see Snacks has just switched up his position to keep an eye on the window. So maybe a bit of a mistake for the T side there. They make some noise and you can see Snacks is watching that. Of course, they could try and use that to their advantage. If they realize that maybe someone would rotate around, it might give them a little bit more space elsewhere. And you can see Veggie is having to focus on multiple positions at once. However, the T's, although they've gathered up mostly around the A site, it seems like there could be a push towards B still, with the bomb currently up on short and Innocent about to come under pressure once again.
He's going to take the peek from Bricks. Has to be so careful how he does this. At least, of course, the rifle is there for him to take. I think Reitz becomes the key player here, though. Has to make a decision. Peek now or be patient. Patience is likely the better play in the long run, as it does mean he gets the support from his teammate. The downside is that it allows Smash to get into these really solid afterparts towards ramp, which is something we saw earlier in the previous best of 3, and it is such a strong position for the T's to be. They can play the clock just so perfectly. Shox peeks out. This is just clinical from Smash.
Yeah, they've been doing quite well in these clutch situations. Like, we haven't really seen many retakes, of course. Although these players have been around the Polish scene for quite a while, they haven't been playing together long at all. So definitely still a lot of improvements to come in. And I feel like retakes is normally the way that you can see the problems. Like, we saw that previously in the tournament as well, where it's like some of the teams that are newly formed or just have changed players have issues there. Again, it's going to be another connection coming up for Fates. Very quick on the trigger. He definitely has that Estonian ice running through his veins. And here we go, Bubble. This is what we like to see. The Bison boy pushing into the B site. It's all just an elaborate ruse. He was just trying to use it as a giant decoy, but he has killed off a couple of players. Eventually, Veggie will have to put him down, and his prize, a Bison.
Of course, best gun in Counter-Strike right there. Many major wins attributed to the PP Bison. Next up, it'll be the Negev.
Well, to be fair, in a competitive match of Office, the Negev is very viable as long as you know how to use it. So
it's actually bad that that's true. It's actually viable down mid.
If Office ever gets added into the pool, I expect to see a Negev meta. Veggie's actually saved the Bison. I'm quite surprised, but I guess it's something for the next round. They don't actually... Well, actually, they will have money, so I'm imagining this is just going to be dropped on the floor. But you never know. If he does opt to keep the Bison, I will wonder if he's clinically insane, but nonetheless, it's just going to be left in the spawn. Double AWP setup glass cannon coming out from illuminar. This suggests to me that things just aren't going too well. Like, if there was a singular, I could understand it, but this is such a risk to take. maybe it works as a little bit of a cheese round, but if you go for a double glass cannon, I almost feel like things are slipping too far out of your control.
That's the problem here. If you let Smash continue just to build up these rounds, then it definitely just... Well, could be 11-4. That's probably worst case here. That said, first pick on towards Shox. It's not all bad. Innocent finding Grux as well with a tad of aggression towards B. Of course, Fades goes for that. Who wouldn't? Fortunately, doesn't quite connect. Just going for a wild shot on Snacks, who's jumping off Palace. Ticket. His teammate in Palace unfortunately sees nothing, but it all doesn't matter. They're a two-man advantage, Tom. They are looking very comfortable here. Now they just have to hold against this B-site push, and Innocent in a great position to get that done.
Yeah, this would have to be a hard check, and considering there's a player still to the back of the site, this is going to be fairly difficult. Jump through the window could act as a little bit of a surprise, but they don't check. That's a mistake from the guys at Smash. Sure, they trade one back, but they haven't even spotted that Mouse is still sat in the back. He misses his shot, though. That could be something, but he doesn't miss a second time. Bubble will at least be able to find a kill. A bomb plant wouldn't be the worst thing in the world just to get that extra cash, but it is going to mean that the CT side get ever closer. Hot flash going to be thrown over the top, but before he can even blind an opponent, he can't see for a very different reason.
What will be interesting now is illuminar have gone for the double or setup just through saving the York that fell to the bench. This could actually play into the hands of Smash if they're not careful. Really depends on...
But they did have it in the last round as well.
It depends if they can hit their shots, though. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think like obviously Mao's like having his issues in that round. It's one of those things where it's definitely a risk, but now it's not glass cannon. I don't have so much of an issue with it. It was in the last round. It's just like if a couple of nades go the right way, then both of those players are in a fair amount of trouble. This is a complete change of pace, though. Maybe spotting that there was a double AWP in the last round. The T's are just going to go bombarding into the B site. I like this. Put the pressure on. Try and make those AWPs null and void, and a great entry frag coming in to start. Two players already dead to rights. So Shox again. He's had a couple of rounds like this where he's managed to find some picks that basically just end the round. He had the triple K on their first buy. He's had a double here, and that is it. The CT side have no choice. They've just got to save. They're not going to be able to retake in this scenario, and you can see that this is an attempt now from Shox to hunt down some players. He's got the three Smash brothers sat on the site, just trying to hold on to what they've got, and Shox is going to see how much damage he can do.
The problem for him is he's got three players all stacked up in Palace together, so if he even peaks one, he'll have to contend with all three, and that's probably going to be him biting off a little more than he can chew. They actually group up together here. Unfortunately, we can't really see an idea of what's going on, but just based on the minimap, looks like they were faffing around a little bit either under Palace or above, but either way, no kills found. Smash, though, do get the round, and that's what matters, 9-5. And as you said, Tom, that's the exact example why I'm actually not a huge fan of double AWP. Yes, they use it in the previous round, which they do win, and Mouse had a few problems, but so be it. Problem is, once that's shown, it's a dead giveaway to Smash to just pick up the pace and get aggressive. And these guys are playing very loose, kind of puggy Counter-Strike, so it plays into their hand right now if you're playing that double AWP setup. Not so sure why they've slowed things down here, though. Solo peak B, solo PK, this is different from Smash again, a whole different pace. Relying very much on 1v1 peaks.
Well, they have had the individual skill so far to do it, but seeming like it's falling a little bit flat this time. Disco Doppelin into a 1 versus 2. He does have an opportunity to take these individual fights. The issue is it's the two long-standing members from this illuminar roster. They've been working together for quite some time. I'd be surprised if they lose this clutch, especially now with Innocent around the stairs. There's not really as much of an opportunity for a 1 versus 1 duel, and he's eventually going to get cleared out. A nice final round for illuminar to at least get themselves back onto the board, but they are still quite far behind in this one. A pistol could easily bring them back to level pegging, but they do have to get themselves back into this relatively soon.
Very nice half from Veggie, has to be said. 14-8. He showed up many a time, including a couple of crucial A plays. You can see, though, their CT economy really was just battered. Not able to link a single round together after getting that pistol round. The round that immediately followed. Apart from that, it literally was 1 by 1. Definitely not an ideal way to play the CT side.
I am interested to see how things work on the CT side, though, for Smash. I think that obviously slotting in a player on the T side is not actually that much of a problem, because most of the time, as we saw, like Shox was just used as an entry fragger. They picked up someone who can be aggressive. They utilized him to take picks. And basically, all he had to do was get a trade. Like, you can see he had a couple of assists. Like, that's basically how this works. Like, his goal, if he gets a kill, fantastic. If he dies, at least give the information over to the rest of the team. CT side, you can't really work it like that unless they're going to put him as a solo B anchor, where he basically just has to play as he would in any other team and just give info to the rest. It's quite difficult to slot someone into a CT side spot just on the fly. Like, obviously, if it's someone with great individual skill, you can try and just focus in that regard on setting them up for the plays. But in this system, I don't think he's necessarily meant to be the star. Like, there are players like Grux, like Fates, who are obviously going to be AWPing, and you got Disco Doppler as well, who's got the skill with the Deagle. There's a lot of potential in this team, but I don't necessarily think there's someone who I would consider an out-and-out star player. So it's going to be just interesting to see where he actually plays. Is that going to be them trying to make him comfortable and potentially maneuvering around their actual setup? Or is it just going to be, okay, this is where Neeks used to play, this is now where you play? And if it's that, then this could be a tough match for Shox, because that's quite a harsh way to be thrown into a system, especially if he didn't play in a similar form. And although sometimes, like, you might pick up, if you're doing a best of one and you know the map, you could pick up someone who just fits into the team. Obviously, with this being a best of 3, there is potential that he could be uncomfortable for the next map and the next potential 2, depending on how the series goes.
It just puts more pressure on him, though. I think something to think about here is that if he can show off his flexibility as a player, that he can just come in, slot on a team and hit the kind of the ground running straight away, that's going to be a hugely positive thing that teams will be looking for. But either way, well into the round so far, Grux is the man to be tested. Only good for 1 as Grux finds a very quick trade. Same for Shox as the CT side whittled down 2 for 2. And ultimately, it's Mouse fighting CT that will dictate victory here, as your other favourite gun in the game, Tom, the Julies, apparently are what decide victory. A double kill CT.
Oh, did he play Julies in a kit? Disco Doppler is now my new favourite player in Counter-Strike. He has gone for the almighty and godly setup of Julies in a kit. It is the perfect price balance. It is the best way to play the pistol round. If you don't have a player on your team that plays Julies in a kit, you are playing Counter-Strike wrong.
The worst part about that is he did that in a previous match, I believe, on Train in a LootBet game. And they also won that pistol because of him getting a double, or I believe it might have even been a triple kill. So, second time around now that the Julie kit works.
King. I am now a simp for Disco Doppler.
I hate that word.
So do I. So do I. But I thought in my head, I was like, who will hate it more, me or Ryan? And I was thinking Ryan will hate it more, so I'll go with that. What a start from Shox, though. They really are giving him free reign to basically just be as aggressive as he likes. This is a round where we see an investment up from the T side. They bought into the rifles, and so far the CTs have come out on top. Of course, they don't have much in terms of utility. So it is just going to come down to raw individual aim. On the other side, the T's trying to find a way back into this round. Look at the position of the bomb. Now, if Snacks heads into the B site, he has 13 HP. There is a man waiting around the corner. This would be round over. So he just has to wait patiently. Maybe just trying to cut off anybody actually pushing round. But this is basically just a game of chicken. And there you go. That's it. That's over. Reitz now has to kill everybody, and he's not prepared for Shox to just be waiting around the corner. 11-6, a conversion round for Smash, and now no money left in the bank for illuminar to do anything. They're just going to have to eco this one and, well, potentially just fight up against 12 versus 6.
Yeah, pretty brutal scoreline starting to take place here, to be honest. Smash in a great position now, I think, to start to build up a significant lead here. Not that they already don't have one, but obviously 12-6, win the bye, 13-6, but it could even be 14-6 depending on how money plays out for the T side. They're dangerously close, actually, to winning this first map. The deagle shot, actually. Snack's going to look for it, but unfortunately nothing. And this should be a clean round for Smash. That's one of the important things for the CT side is don't take any unnecessary losses. You can see they've had to spend a lot of money into this game, so.
Well, yeah, this is basically it. Like, this shouldn't be anything. This is the next one where the T's will be getting a nice amount of money. They should be able to buy basically whatever they want off the loss bonus now being built up quite high. And yeah, that will be a flawless round. As good as it gets for Smash. Definitely playing well as a squad. They've got the AWP. They've got an AUG as well. So happy to see that. Also happy to see that Shox doesn't really seem to be doing too badly under the pressure as well. Like, normally in this case, you can only theorize about whether or not a player was nervous, but I actually just messaged him before the match. It was just like good luck and all this, and he just said, yeah, no, I'm feeling the nerves a bit. So I think those are probably faded at this point with how he's been performing. Just another match. I'm sure the squad are doing their best to try and bring him in, because that's the most important thing when you have a stand-in player, that you are not just focusing on your own game. You are trying to bring someone into the roster. The more they feel comfortable, the better you guys are going to play as a whole. So you don't want that guy just being as a lone ranger, because that really doesn't work too well in Counter-Strike, unless maybe you're Zywoo or Simple, and then you can get away with it a little bit. But here we go. The T's, they've got their purchase. Snacks, Glass, Cannon, AWP. Probably could have saved a little bit of extra money in previous rounds to try and get it with armor, but I guess at this point, they're just trying to get as many purchases on the ground as they can. Minute left on the clock, and they haven't actually done too much. They've just been patient, waiting for aggression. I guess after the previous few rounds, they expected to see something out from the CT side, but this time, Smash have just sat back, and that's got to be infuriating for illuminar. They're now getting into the latter stages of the round. There's still a bit of utility for Fates to play with, and they found nothing. We're getting to the 35-second marker, and they're only just about to be getting towards the site. They don't even have utility to actually make an execution, so it's just going to be raw aim, but luckily, Innocent has that in heaps. He's going to get the opener. Missed shot from Fates as well, and that might be the round in itself. He is at least going to be able to get the kill. Hold them back for now. Nice shot from Reitz. Disco Doppler coming in from behind, but the trades start to fall back. Fates has just gone ham at the back of the site. They had an opportunity to kill him off, and they failed. And that is where their failure will end up coming back to haunt them. Fates with a quad. Really is playing fantastically well with the AWP, by the way. And 13 on the board now for Smash.
Yeah, obviously only recently being given the role. Neek's the previous full-time AWPer for the team. We did always see Fates take it when they were going for these double AWP plays, and we've seen some pretty tasty stuff from him, but generally he hasn't been the main player to be taking it, so it's nice to see him now get the opportunity to step up into the spotlight and show us what he can do, and in this case, flexing from CT.
Well, I think that's one thing that's always been the case when it comes to Fates, is that we know his individual skill there. I'm loving seeing the Bison more. We got it yesterday on Chroman. We get it today on Bubble.
It's actually, dare I say, quite a smart buy if you know you're against pistol Kevlar buys.
Well,
this is a little bit ridiculous.
It's not going very well. The kill coming out from Snacks through the smoke is now going to allow him to get an AWP very low on HP, and Grux And Disco Doppler still in with an opportunity here to turn this back around. It's a huge round if Illuminar can get it. It would do a lot of damage to the CT economy, leave them in a bit of an awkward state. But they still have the Swede to clear out, and Snacks will do just that. Only 7 HP, but if he hits the shot with the AWP, it does not matter. And now Disco Doppler, and he's basically just hoping that they plant for Connector. Plant in an open position, but they have not done that. The question is now, is he just going to save, make sure that they get a buy into the next round? Or does he feel confident in a challenge?
Clearly the observers are a fan as well. Don't need to see what he's up to. Just need to stare at the Bison. She gets a pretty good dink, but I don't really see any opportunity into challenges now. That kill took way too long. Unfortunately, Illuminar will get their 7th round off the back of Smash. Losing full Y versus pistols. Those are the rookie mistakes you don't want to see.
Yeah, slip up that could come back to haunt them, of course. The Poles pretty much renowned for how they play once the momentum's in their favor. Snacks just being sneaky through the smoke pretty much started everything off, and well, they tried their best to get back into that round, but it never really happened, so no surprise to see again the scoreboard littered with Smash players. They are winning by quite a margin at this point, so not really surprising. It would be more surprising if one of those stats wasn't held. Fates is going to be able to get his AWP, but Disco once again is going to go down. Shocks with an aggressive play into middle is able to get a couple of kills. He's given his team an opportunity in this round. And the T's just lurking towards the spawn, maybe expecting a little bit more aggression. As of right now, it's just going to be angles being held by Smash, waiting for the play to come in. T slowly edging their way towards that B site, but ultimately, there's still a lot to happen before they actually get to plant that bomb.
That is the big question, though. Will they get to plant it? I love this from them, actually. It's really smart to be heading towards Connector right now, rather than just walking into B, because despite Connector being a similar choke point to B apps, very unlikely that a CT player will be just chilling on stairs or something to that effect. And obviously they can use window to their advantage here as well, going for a double reverse boost.
I'm trying to utilize it just like their opponents. They're actually going to go pushing into the B side, though. This could be an issue. It depends where the remainder are actually looking. Grux has spotted them. That's going to be enough. Fates can now switch his position, but he doesn't expect the second. That's more of a problem. They only spotted one, and now it's going to be more onto Bubble. 20 seconds left on the clock as he still holds in, and he hits the shot into the man in apartments. Reet, 1 versus 2. Molotov to try and force him out, but Grux quick enough on the rotation. AWP going to be saved, and just that pixel of spotting a player actually saves them there, because otherwise, I don't think Bubble survives anywhere near as long as he did.
Oh, no, 100%. If they don't get spotted going into market, that's an easy win for Illuminar. Or at least an easy bomb plant. Maybe the retake still goes the way of Smash, but I feel pretty confident in saying that Illuminar will be able to find that round. Just so unfortunate on the timing there that Grux just happens to look back towards market at the last moment that they can be seen. Problem here is that Smash down 14, if they beat out Illuminar with some incredible early utility damage, Snacks on 5 HP, Mouse 42 HP, if they can find these kills and ultimately find the round, then Smash are not only on map point with many rounds to play with, but also leave Illuminar with just pistols to defend themselves. In short, this is a must-win for Illuminar. They have no choice but to get this round.
Yeah, they're definitely with their backs against the wall. Of course, this is the map choice of Smash. The next is going to be Nuke, which, well, in the past, before being a Danish map, was always a Polish map. Although the Danes have definitely dominated it since. This, though, is looking like more of a save, if anything, to the CT side. Don't really stand much of a chance. Unfortunate, really, because they have done a lot of damage, but Shock's only on 4 HP. And with a tease swarming onto the B site. That would be the round over. I'll be interested to see how much the Illuminar side actually hunt this one, because as you mentioned, if they had lost this round, their money really would be in the gutter. So even throwing away too many weapons could leave them in an awkward spot for the next round. At the same time, if they can take some guns away from Smash, their money is rubbish as well. So it's basically the risk versus reward. Now, Innocent is hunting. I don't know if he'd expect Grux to be here, and I think the decision has been made just to make sure that they actually hold on to their remaining weaponry. So it is going to be an 8th round on the board for Illuminar, a clean one at that, so they are going to have a comfortable buy pretty much from here to the end of the game. Be that with them making a comeback or with Smash closing it out.
Just got to take it round by round at this point. That's all you can do. I think that might actually be the biggest Counter-Strike cliche of all time. The old frag by frag, round by round. Very true, though. Of course, quick pause does come through. Probably a smart time for Smash to be taking a moment here. Just to kind of reassess a little bit. Obviously, they're in a tough spot financially. Going to squeeze out a buy, but it's going to be far from perfect. Clearly making the decision that they want to end this game now, rather than letting Illuminar build up into their T-side even more. Obviously, only get 8 rounds. Still a good gap. 6 rounds, of course, but at the end of the day, that will start to fall quite rapidly if Smash continue to allow Illuminar to get through some of these key rounds.
Well, it is a bit of a risk, but they do have quite a lot of rounds to play with. The other thing as well is if they had eco'd, it hadn't worked, then the buy in the next round would not have an AWP. So I guess the goal here is just basically, if we can win this now, we can still have the extra bits that we wouldn't get. If we don't win it, then we take a double eco and or we take another eco, and that will leave us in a position where we have a bit more money to play with. So we'll see how it's going to work out for Smash. Looks like we should be getting back into things relatively soon. And Tease, oh, this is their chance to really break down the economy of the European mix. It's looking like it's just going to go into a flat execution. They've got themselves the smokes ready and set up. A couple of players making their way through the palace as well, and the defense already in the best position for this one. They are going to start getting a bit aggressive onto the ramp. Risky for sure, but with the setup that's currently there, if they could just shut down the players actually pushing in before they're able to, that could make things interesting. The CT side, with their aggression, have already realized that this is going to be an A hit, but it's whether or not they can get there in time. And with only UMPs currently holding the ramp, it's going to make things very difficult. However, they have managed to make the rotation. The remaining players will be here, but the peek through the smoke from Shox is not going to be working out. The only real question is how much can Grux actually do on this flank? I wonder if they're already watching. They are. However, he's still going to get a kill.
The question is how much more, though. It's still a 2-on-3, still a very dire position. That could have been a frag, but won't be. The shot missed on towards Grux, as now they burn in the fire and the flames. That's where Fates comes flying on in to finish them off, leaving just Veggie to clutch it out. 1-on-2. First kill in the bag, as the flash comes in nice and high. Fates looking to get up close and personal here. Spots him, lands the tag. Now he just has to finish him off, and he gets it. What a clutch. Smash up to 15. At the hand of Fates with a double kill to close the round.
I'm enjoying watching him play with this AWP. It just doesn't seem like he misses too often, and if he does, it seems like his movement is enough to get him a second chance. That was a 2 versus 4 clutch out by Grux and Fates there. Definitely shouldn't have been a possibility, and while that force buy has worked wonders, good job by the players with the UMP as well, just to buy a lot of time, because you have to bear in mind that when that push began, they were still in the back of apartments, and most of them had to still rotate all the way through, so they definitely did a good job there. Mid push going to be coming in. This is not the play they were hoping for, though. It's going to be a rush B, lots of nades being expended. Bubble, he's done a good job of buying time in the past. It's just going to be lurking back. Rotation it from Disco, though, is actually really quick. and they still haven't killed off Bubble. Maybe not quite realizing that he's still within the site. This could be an issue for them to peek out. Actually comes in with a grenade in hand, and they finally realize that he's here, and Stacks will be there to put him down. Both players currently on short. Definitely not the ideal position, but it's another clutch spot for them to try and bring this back. Snacks going to be utilizing his Molotov. Doesn't expect one up high and gets tagged desperately low. In fact, eventually closed out. Now it's Innocent to clutch, but he will net the first. Down to just 3 HP. Needs an instant headshot onto Disco Doppler, who's wrapping round. Faces his back, in fact, to his opponent. And Innocent's going to win the 1v2.
That is insanity. 3 HP in a dream, and he just outplays him with pure positioning. What a round to pick up. Looking at Bubble, though, he sat back and bench there for so long. Just stayed really quiet, nice and patient, and the reward was there. Shame he couldn't have found 2, but it's a good way to open up the round at least. That said, 15-9 now. Hang it on with just a Bison. If this actually gets a kill here.
I didn't. It was a TK. This one's a little bit of a weird one. They've invested a bit more money than I would have liked in this sort of round. But I guess the issue is that they didn't really have the finances anyway. Disco could make things a bit interesting. We've got 2 players coming in on the flank here. I think it should be something expected, and the players on short might have taken their vision away a little bit. Snacks about to come under some pressure, just going through the Molotov. Another kill coming up with the MP9, but eventually they will rectify things with shocks going down. 15-10. This round is where we finally have to see an eco from Smash. Fortunate for Reeds, but yeah, this is an opportunity for illuminar to make some extra money. Of course, as said earlier, they're pretty much buying to the end of the game at this point, and still with match point up against them. They have done a good job of at least trying to grind things back, but you just have to feel that it's not been anywhere near as dominant enough to make me believe that they are just going to be able to keep this one going.
That's the thing. I think you can use our Mirage in a last best of 3 as an example. The comeback there was much more heavy-handed when they were on that T side and bringing the game back into contention. These rounds have been very close from illuminar, and just they're not confidence-inspiring that the comeback is truly on and that one round isn't going to slip through from Smash, because that's all it takes at this point is one play, one shocks to step up, get a quick double kill, or Bubble even to find a crucial entry pick. These are the ingredients that are going to make up a win for Smash that I don't know if illuminar can really respond to.
Oh, that's not bad. Kill off the USP. Extra $300, but not going to be able to retrieve the gun. I think he's just trying to bait for his teammate who's currently pushing up short, trying to show as much presence as possible. And it actually works out. Bubble is going to get an AK thanks to the distraction. And that could actually be a nice little save for the next round. Fates has tried to keep some money up just to make sure that he can get his AWP, although he might be a little bit short. Depends how much the loss bonus is actually built up at this point. T's are bringing this back. Yeah, he doesn't actually have enough for an AWP with Kevlar, so if he is going to bring one in, it will have to be glass cannon, which, considering he does seem to be bombarded with nades quite regularly, might be an issue. But still, the polls keep it going. Probably gaining confidence every single round. 11-15, only 4 rounds to the difference now. Glass cannon AWP will be in. Snacks up with the counter. And the rest of the CT side with a reasonable amount of cash. In fact, Bubble has saved some money, so off the back of the loss bonus, they might be able to get another AWP in a couple of rounds' time.
A very passive CT side here. Not really doing anything too wild. The only risk they've got is that it's solo B again and for Doppler. nearly spotted, but thankfully no wild shots hit today. Does get the information that at least the AWP is B, but that isn't going to prompt really too much. It will force the rotations on A though, causing them to get aggressive ultimately for information. Does lead to the frag on Veggie, but again, not much more for Smash right now.
Oh, a 4v4, but with Reitz just hanging on. Grux might be about to come under pressure. Is he actually going to go through the smoke? It seems like a very risky play. Innocent on the other side. I feel like Grux might be about to lose his life. He does manage to take one before he goes. Maybe not the worst trade in the world. Does leaves one man slightly isolated, and Disco Doppler is going to take some damage. Peek out from Shocks. Unable to get the kill and coming under pressure. Doesn't really have any support here. The remaining CT players firmly dedicated in towards the B site. He needs to try and buy some time. He is going to be peaked. Doesn't spot anything just yet. The bomb is going to be planted. It comes down to a retake once again. Nice shot to start, though. They are going to be able to open up. Only 2 players remaining. Reitz on just 3 HP. Just going to be sat in the sandwich. As he gets pushed up, Shocks closes him out, and now Mao's left all alone to try and save them here. Flash going to be thrown out. Maybe they're expecting him a little bit deeper than he actually is. The second flash actually not doing too much. They have to get on this defuse, and it's going to be denied. Nice work from Mouse. He's bought enough time, surely, at this point. A bubble can't do anything. Mouse with the clutch to keep them in this one. And illuminar, they're up to 12 now. It's still going.
Clearly, this train doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. He's played that one to an absolute T. Not even peeking for the third kill, just to make sure he maximizes the time he's able to waste. And that keeps illuminar in this one now, and obviously their opponent, Smash. Money just isn't great for them at all, to be honest. So they've gone for another interesting buy. Bubble got the AWP, and he's fully committed. There's an SMG in play on Grux as well, but then there's just Eagles and Kevlar elsewhere, so slightly imbalanced, Tom.
Yeah, I guess trying to be a bit of a hero in this round. Of course, into the next, the rest of the team will be able to buy, and he won't. Definitely not the start they were looking for. Disco Doppler tagged. He still manages to take one with him. However, the B side now firmly under the control of the T side, and this has to be a save. He needs to keep that up into the next round. The rest of the team should have a buy, although Shocks is a little bit lower on cash as well. Maybe some slight over-investments coming in.
It's definitely odd to go for the buy here, but if you can save it, I suppose it's not all that bad. Of course, the most important gun to be taking is the AWP bubble. I'm less worried about the SMG. I feel like you just want to be purely getting AWP rifles up for Smash. Would you keep the MP9 hit on? I really feel like you just kind of almost want to get aggressive.
I think maybe they'll drop it over to Shocks just because he's a little bit low on cash, although he will still have a reasonable amount of money going into the next round. It can be utilized, but it won't even be a subject anyway, because he's going to go down. AWP will be dropped over to Fates. They're actually going to go in for a double AWP setup. Now, it didn't work too well for their opponents, but both players are proficient, I would say, on Smash. But this is definitely going to be one of those high-pressure situations. If they lose this one, money's going to be an issue, and illuminar would have basically completed the comeback. And while the CT side, we'll see how they set up.
Curious about this one from Smash. Rather than opting for any real sort of just static site play, they were thinking about getting aggressive in mid, but backing off now, dedicating 3 players towards A. They have top mid control. This is going to be just a matter of time, but you're ready and waiting, because apparently you hold that if you're Snacks.
Well, even still, Grux has managed to give them a lifeline. The bomb's actually going to go rotating, and they do have to be careful because Disco Doppler is aggressive in the apartment. Their push through might be met with death. Although they need to at least try and work for a trade here. Nice work as well for the trade elsewhere. And now it's left all onto Innocent. He knows he needs this kill onto the AWPer. Don't think Disco actually knows he's there, but he peeks out and finds it anyway. Smash eventually get it over the line. It took some time, but they have got their map choice. Now they're going to move on to a much tougher one for a team with a stand-in, as they'll be heading into Nuke, which is the pick of Illuminar. We'll be back after a short break to take you through that match.
Going through the smoke, Walks is gonna go down. Walks with the AW
position. Earthshaker's moving in as well. Echo Slam connects on it too. Back row tire down as well.
Red always wins the brawl. Or can we cast the curses? Oh, there we go.
LootBet.
The AW position, Earthshaker's moving in as well. Echo Slam connects on the 2. Back row tire down as well.
Red always wins the brawl. Or can we cast the curse? There we go.
LootBet.
It's amazing how much I love betting on esports. It's so cool. What's even better is when I can use Cash Out. Wait, you didn't know about Cash Out? Cash Out is when you can get your stake back even when your bet is going against you. Just one hit and your money is safe. So go to LootBet to cash out now.
Hello and welcome back, folks. It's more LootBet Season 6 action. We're in the second map of our best of 3. It's Illuminar versus Smash, and we're on Nuke. Of course, Smash taking a map 1 victory in what was, in the end of things, quite a decisive fashion. We did see a bit of competition from Illuminar kind of towards the tail end. They did try to stop the ultimate result, but Smash, it was quite a comfortable win, it has to be said. So now, looking towards Nuke, it is the pick of Illuminar. This one's not quite as cut and dry as Mirage, I feel, Tom, because there's kind of 2 pieces to this which we need to dissect. Firstly, Nuke really is, it used to be quite a strong map within the Polish scene. It's kind of been their bread and butter. So that's kind of the first thing that I think we're not really sure what to expect from these players. On the Smash lineup, it kind of follows closely in line with that. Not only do we have no idea what to expect from them individually, apart from what we saw in the previous map, but also, these guys are not a team. They have a 4-man core with subbing. That changes a lot of things on Nuke.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is going to be an interesting match. Firstly, I want to say, like, how could you say there was a dominant performance? 16-13. You're a madman, Ryan.
I thought it was pretty dominant, to be honest, a lot of the rounds they found.
It was dominant for Illuminar at the end. Like, they won multiple rounds in a row and almost managed to bring it back. I'll be honest, I thought we were heading to OT by the way that things were going for Illuminar towards the end of the match. It was just that Smash managed to grind it out with a couple of decent plays. It was complete clutches from the players like Grux. And yeah, I think that it got way too close for comfort. I'm not sure they'll be overly happy with how that game finished out. Of course, even if it is with a stand-in. And now going into Nuke, I would still favor Illuminar. The only thing is again, we don't know how much they practiced. Of course, individually, I think all of these players are very good on Nuke. I think that they've had a lot of practice on Nuke. I think the old Illuminar roster, they were decent at calling on Nuke. It was one of the maps that they like to pull in all of the time whenever they could. So I have to favor them going into this. At the same time, I don't know how much they practiced it together. I'm hoping we get some of the old snack shenanigans. Like he used to like to vent dive with a sawn-off shotgun. That was one of my favorite things to watch ever in Counter-Strike. So I hope we get a little bit more of that. But at the same time, it's a very different snacks to what we saw a few years ago. So it'll be interesting to see how this one goes down. For the Smash side of things, I think this is going to be a trial by fire for Shock. So this is a map where standing in is incredibly difficult. Even on the CT side, even if you're playing what you could consider more of the solo or simplistic positions, like maybe he is put outside or maybe he's put on ramp, a lot of those spots, it takes a lot of experience to get used to playing. The ramp is one where you're not necessarily always going to be taking the fight. You might need to rotate back down. You need to be the one also giving information so that people can either stay towards A, ready for the wraparound in hell, or rotate towards the B site. The same can be said for outside. If you lose vision, are the players going secret, or are they trying to wrap through the garage? So there's actually no real position on this map where I feel like you can just slot in a player. Like it's very, very difficult. And even the ones that don't require like lots of experience or synergy together as a squad are actually positions that are quite tough to play. So I'll be interested to see how their CT side works. It looks like from the knife round, they're going to be starting out on the T side, which I feel like what we saw on Mirage, it was a little bit safer for them there. I think Shox did a good job of in some of the entry frag rounds. I saw a double kill and a triple kill in one of the rifle rounds, which basically set them up for victory. I'm hoping they'll utilize him the same here. Just try and throw him into an angle, have the remaining players trade. Sure, statistically, he's not going to be the best player in the server, but by the looks of it, that's not what he's joining this squad for. And, you know, if that's not working, like, I'll be interested to see how the in-game leading is going to work, how they're actually going to switch things up. So it looks like we are going to be getting into this. Our pistol round will be shortly getting underway. And we'll see whether or not Illuminar are going to be able to take this one, or if it is going to be the Smash roster.
I think it's going to be more scrappy Counter-Strike, to be honest. I think that may be the better way to put it. The reason why I feel last map was dominant for Smash was because a lot of the Angels that they found, they did win for the most part. Yes, we saw a little bit of success towards the tail end for Illuminar, but a lot of the rounds were dictated by Smash, so perhaps they can show more of that strength on their T side here as they start things off already with a pretty good pistol here. Veggie Snacks will get one each, but is that going to be enough? Snacks does chime in for a second, grabbing the kill on Shox, and that makes this one a little bit more doable as the bomb has to be found to get picked up by Grox, and from there, the two of them will drop down onto the B site.
Doesn't look like anybody's actually been able to make a rotation just yet. But the CT side grouping up together. They will quickly realize that this is going to be a hit towards that B site. Holding on to this should be fairly difficult. Bubble, obviously, with the P250 does have a little bit more in terms of range. And I think he's basically just trying to sell this a little bit for Grux, but now this becomes almost impossibility. They know where he is. He's got 2 HP, and a bomb plant is all they really could have hoped for in that situation. So Illuminar, they are going to take themselves the pistol round. A decent one for them at that. But Smash at least get themselves a bomb plant. And Nuke is one of those maps where I actually quite like to see the early buys. Like, you can do upper bursts, playing towards the A site quickly. Even if you do have the utility available, go for some outer smokes and attempt to basically use the rifle to your advantage. We are going to see that weaponry being juggled around. It means that Shox and Grux, for example, will be left on a deagle, and you'll have the likes of... Actually, Fate's going to be handing the AK away to Disco Doppler, but it gives them a good chance to basically get off to that good start. And that's important on the T side. It's not anywhere near as dominating a CT side map as it used to be, but a strong start is still important, and that's one hell of a way to go about it. Early kill for Bubble. I kind of want to see that AK dropped off to Grux now that he's tagged so desperately low. And actually, Disco Doppler going down means that both rifles, at least initially, have hit the deck. Even still, they have come out with a man advantage, but the HP advantage is not so much in their favor.
Smash are just brawling this one out, though. They're happy to get down in the dirt right now and take these fights. And although 2 low HP players, it's worked out for them. It is a 3-on-1 on paper, but you have to take into account just how easy of a kill Grux and Bubble will be. Quite literally, they could get hit by a thread and they would fall over at this point. So Innocent has the ideal gun for the job. It's just a case of how do they play this? If Smash are smart, they'll basically bait the hell out of Grux and Bubble, leaving Shox to secure the round. Or ideally even give Shox the AK. Well, at the end of the day, he peeks one, the other two should get the kill. It should be quite simple. Managing to avoid the frag grenade as well. No real way in. I think Innocent just keeps the AK now, tries to walk away. Shock's going to give him a run for his money, but unfortunately nothing quite landing.
Yeah, Shock's not really with too much to lose. Of course, his teammates have had to get away. In the end, it's going to be the scout of Bubble, and even retrieving the AUG, that is a big pickup. And that's why I like those sort of rounds. Like, sure, it was very, very close in the end, but it was definitely worth the risk for Smash. You come in with as good a buy as the CT side in that round. And now with their forced up, there's going to be some severe weaknesses. The Deagles alongside an SMG, a scout, and one single smoke, facing off against 4 rifles and a scout on the other side. And, well, we've seen these sort of rounds won in the past. However, you kind of hope for the sake of Smash, this is going to be their victory. Otherwise, it could be a bit of an issue if they do lose all of those rifles back to the other side. Mouse, an aggressive position on the ramp. Of course, you can expect the CT side to be taking some risks in this scenario. They do have no utility remaining now after that initial smoke goes down. But the T's are being methodical with their utility. Just trying to clear out some of the angles, trying to make sure there isn't a peak available. And in fact, the T's may not realize just yet, but other than this one man on ramp, the CT side have fully stacked the A site.
The beauty of Nuke, though, is that that's incredibly hard to detect. And these pistols are so many long corridors that they can just kind of hold and play towards that it's actually not a bad situation for illuminar to be in. Obviously, once the jewels start to be taken, those AKs usually win them hands down, but it gives illuminar opportunities, right? And that's all you want when you're in these force-ups. You want the ability to find a frag here or there and see what you can do. Mouse, unfortunately, will be tested, but there's the first. Close for a second, but not quite close enough. Shox swings into action. Gets a little too close for comfort with Reitz, but bomb plant still comes through. It may be a 3-on-3, but this should be quite easy for Smash to secure at this point. Veggie makes it a little closer as Reitz picks up the AUG and somehow pulls through. Doppelin becomes last man standing. He needs to find snacks, but just a scout in play, not the gun you want. Does land a tag, so one more shot, all he requires. Flash comes through, it's completely useless. Now he's forcing him to push. Hot swaps to the AK. What can he do? Just playing the time. Doppelin secures it, but bloody close. A lot closer than it should have really been.
Yeah, an uncomfortable scenario in the end for the guys at Smash, and I do wonder whether or not illuminar will be tempted to actually reinvest into this round. Now, they shouldn't, just based off the money that they have, but when you bring it down to just one player, you come very, very close with the pistols. The temptation's always going to be there, and it seems like they are going to risk it again. Now, this could easily come back to bite illuminar. If this round just goes nice and clean and the T side really do get that opportunity to now build on their economy, then this round will have been null and void. But I can definitely understand why the CT side would want to take a risk here. Like, that round was so unbelievably close. They can now invest a little bit more. Not anything too impressive, but it will at least give them something here. And when you look at what the purchase is on the other side of things, it's definitely not that impressive. Now, I believe we have had a player drop from the server, so hopefully they'll be sorting things out and getting back in here soon. But for now, looking at the CT buy, it's not too bad, in all honesty. Like, it's got the scout, the pistols at the last round. They've got some extra utility. Of course, ignore Grux, who has his AK-47. That's actually on the T side. We don't have two Shoxes with a couple of MAC-10s. The thing is, I don't know whether or not they'll be able to get away with quite as much this time as they did in the last round, because those sort of rounds a lot of the time are heavy risk plays, and some of the times they pay off, some of the times they don't. Now, if they do manage to make this work, then sure. We'll be sat here basically wondering how far illuminar will be able to take this, especially if they can get themselves all those extra rifles. Of course, if they do lose this, they will be sitting 3-1 guaranteed, 4-1 off the back of what will just be some pistols, and then it will only be an investment once there's already 4 rounds on the T side. Now, as I said, it's definitely not as difficult as it used to be. We used to look at like 13-2 halves as a fairly normal thing on Nuke, but nowadays, 9-6 really not too uncommon. So when you're looking at that and considering that a 4-1 scoreline could be in play if this force buy doesn't work out, then you do start to wonder whether or not it's actually worth the risk for illuminar.
I still am not sure it is, to be honest. I think this might be a little too ballsy. Especially when you consider that Smash, like you said, I imagine will take less risks here. And B, they've got a lot more SMGs in place, so they're going to want to play a lot more aggressive and together, I'd imagine, as well. Whereas the previous round, it was a lot of 1v1 duels.
Well, the other thing as well is a lot of the time you can use these SMGs as almost feeler weapons. So if Shox goes in, like, can use his extra utility that they have in this round, and he knows that there's like 3-4 players, however many in the site, then the chances are we won't see a push in that direction. And also, with the extra utility, it's a lot easier to bait rotations, force people out of position. So I think this all in all is could end up being a safer buy. The only thing is obviously a Deagle versus a PP buys, and I would actually bet on the Deagle. So
That makes
who
a
knows?
change. I thought you were a PP Bison fanatic.
I am, but I don't know. I'm not quite convinced that Bubble is up to my standards of Bison. No, I'm kidding. We'll see. We'll see. It's looking like everybody is back in the server though, so we will be getting back underway. Of course, a couple of SMGs, pistols, and a scout for snacks. We'll see if Illuminar are going to be able to make this work, break back, equalize, and steal some guns, or is this just going to be a runaway start to the T side of Smash?
I really want to see Snacks get some tags here, because if he can do some early damage, he's going to make life 10 times easier for those SMGs. Problem is, Smash have gone for the perfect counterplay to that idea, which is just secret smokes. Straight down onto the B site, they're going to plow through, will likely be Mouse here, depends how he decides to play this, but it should be a pretty easy kill if they push together. Might cause a problem, but not going to happen. They do just overwhelm him. Bubble clearing out the rest of the site as the plant should come through. Bet's just going to get aggressive as well. Fate's just forcing the issue ramp. A little too aggressive for my liking. Snacks takes advantage of that, but here comes the PP Bison. One for his troubles, Veggie to trade, but too little too late. He is the last man standing for the CT side. Tom, this has not been the greatest of starts for Illuminar. That 4-1, looking like it's going to happen.
Yeah, this is where now things will become a little bit tougher. I will say that the saving grace, and it's looking quite far ahead, is that obviously I think Shocks fitting into this T side is going to be a lot easier than it is fitting into the CT side of Nuke. As said at the beginning, there's plenty of rotations that need to be taken into consideration, and also the fact that there's not really an easy spot for him to slip into. So we'll see whether or not they'll be able to maybe pull out a few more T rounds than normal. So maybe this slow start won't actually be punished quite as much. At the same time, hoping that your opposition are not quite capable is always a worrying sign when you look at a match like that. That's not really what you want to be going into. I feel like that is the main reason they picked this, other than the fact that it is a confident map for the majority of the individual players on that side. But as mentioned, we haven't really seen them too much in officials. Maybe they've been practicing behind the scenes, but that is something we can't really tell too much about. Now, of course, in this round, not really going to be much invested whatsoever. Of course, Veggie has his saved weapon. An extra kill here could be enough to make sure that he can drop over an AWP. Of course, with winning the pistol, you don't get that extra loss bonus that you would have necessarily received afterwards. If this was just a 3-0 scoreline, they would have been on a max loss bonus by now. Instead, that one round reduces it slightly, so it will be a little bit less going into the next round. Should still be enough to get the AWP if desired, but maybe not everything extra to go with it. A T's taking this one very slow. I think they realize this is the eco round. Just going to try and utilize that Mac 10 onto Fate. So I imagine an AWP will be coming for him in the next round, no matter the result. Well, unless, of course, he just stays alive, then maybe he'll keep the Mac 10 for another and try and use it as a bit of a bonus. Of course, there's high potential that some of these players will be dropping head armor. Interestingly, though, they're throwing the same smokes to maybe bait some rotations into secret. The fact is they're going to be moving in towards A, and a decent start for Veggie, a strong flashbang to help out. He's going to be stuck reloading. They've still managed to do a reasonable amount of damage here. It's only going to be Snacks remaining. P250, but an AK retrieved, and he actually even seems to avoid the aim punch whatsoever. Calculates the shots and takes it down to a 1 versus 2. This man has pulled off some impressive clutches in the past, but this would be up there.
It'd certainly be some vintage Snacks, but I'm just not so sure he's thinking of going for this one. Likely carrying that AK forward into round 6 here. The Smash start to build up those rounds, and good damage done, as you said. Veggie getting that double kill not only is damage, but it's money in the bank for him as well, which just money is a key piece of this CT side right now, something they desperately need. Of course, talking about Nuke as a map pick, Illuminar have no Nuke maps on record for this roster, so this is something completely new for them as well. Now, I would imagine that this is something they've scrimmed on a fair bit, if they're willing to choose it. But still, no official matches logged means no opportunity to learn. Perhaps they've played some regional Counter-Strike that perhaps isn't on HLTV, but that's a rarity nowadays, to be fair. Not ideal for them. Smash in comparison.
They've only played one best of 3 before this, though, right?
I think it's 2 best of 3s if I recall.
Is it? I only saw the one versus Endpoint. But it's a lot of teams ban Nuke, so it's possible that they just haven't had the chance to play it yet. Well, I think with a new team, it doesn't really matter on the pick. Like, just go for something you're comfortable on. Of course, I think Smash are favorites because of that. Even if you do have a stand-in, the core of your team is still going to be there. But I'm hoping for a little bit more from illuminar so far. But as of right now, 2 men down. The early battle of outside hasn't been working. And I'm liking the variety in their setups. And we saw the smokes to cover off Secret 2 rounds in a row, but 2 different strategies were pulled in. Now we've seen a 3rd set of smoke. So clearly having different setups ready for outside, and it makes things very awkward for players. Snacks not connecting his shot means he's going to come under some pressure. They now know where he is. The flashbang is flawless, and the double peek is even better. Smash, they are looking fantastic so far in the T side of this map. And while Mouse, the only man left standing, might be able to get a kill. Not even that. It's going to be a finish for Grux and Bubble. 5 kills between them and an almost flawless round for Smash.
That's perfect as well from Bubble. They're just reading the CT side like a book, catching him on the left side of the smoke. This is the worst case possible start for illuminar. It really is. They have to be careful because I think Smash's objective here, you started to talk about this kind of in round 5, but to touch on it a little bit more, if I'm playing on Smash right now, if I'm thinking, how do we get the win here? It purely is get literally as many rounds T-side as possible because they know that CT side is going to be kind of an unknown, right? So they just want to keep pushing. Gas pedal 100%.
Oh, speaking of that, Veggie, he has been the one sort of shining light so far for illuminar. Again, he's going to be able to get an opening pick. Innocent has also invested a little bit of extra money into the Doppler. The timing doesn't work. They've peeked in. Snacks has now caught a couple. And this has fallen apart. Fates, 1 versus 3. Sure, they all have pistols, but this is going to be tough. He's going to be checking all the angles closely, but he still can't win the duel. What a round from illuminar. That came out of nowhere. And that big surprise will not only put a dent maybe in the confidence of Smash, but also it's going to boost their economy tenfold as they save an AWP and an AK going into what was already going to be a buy round.
The irony in the fact that the round that I hype up Smash as the team who are running away with their T side, they then lose the pistols.
Happens to everyone.
Not sure if that's Caster's curse or what the situation is there, but well, Smash now having to recover from that. Never ideal to lose to the pistols in that way, but you've got to give so much props to Veggie. He's been the driving force here, hasn't he? A double kill with the SMG in the previous rounds, this time kicking things off as well. Clearly just desperate for his team to kind of step up and actually help him close this out.
Even still, there is money available for the T's to go back into this round. Clearly being a little bit more patient, although I'm not sure you can expect the same sort of result from illuminar this time. To get that aggressive once again with rifles might be considered a little bit overzealous, although we have seen it in the past on Nuke where teams just attempt to get up in their face of the opposition. Snacks looking to support on ramp. They're expecting a push in this direction, and by the looks of it, they've got it absolutely spot on. No utility expended, and that's going to make things so difficult for them to hold on. Trades still come back in their favor, though. I'm unsure how they managed to get away with that so cleanly. Just some nice shots being hit. Veggie once again is there for the trade. Innocent should be able to catch one here, but even still, Disco Doppler, another kill to his name. And now it's left all onto Grux. He's the man you seem to want in these situations, so clinical, and he's going to finish it off. No trouble once again. What a round from Doppler, and what a round from Smash. This position, I'd like to come out here with no flashbang and manage to get away with even an even trade was impressive, to say the least.
Veggie, though, I mean, again, putting blood, sweat, and tears into these rounds, just wanting his team to help him get it done. In the end, finds himself in the 1v1, can't quite run it through to the end, but another round, another double kill from him. Just can't stress how much of an impactful player he's being on the CT side. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out. This time it's an aggressive play from Smash as they brawl it out on the A site once more, and Shox gets left in a 1-on-2.
Yeah, these faster rounds, these rounds where they don't look to dominate outside, actually seem to go a little bit more wrong for them. And while Snack's patiently waiting with the AWP, I think that in reality, the outer plays are what really works for them. These aggressive pushes into the site have been a failure the majority of times. Of course, they've already got the 6 rounds that we're looking for when we talk about T side of Nuke. So I think they can already be fairly content. But going forward now, not a whole lot of money. Shox, in reality, could invest into an AK and try and be a hero in this round. Or they could just stick it out with some pistols. Seems like they might be taking a moment just to try and make that decision. But even still, this T side has already been decent from Smash. It's only been a couple of rounds off pistols, in fact, that illuminar have been able to steal away, and a lot of those rounds are a fair bit more random. Snacks is also having a decent game. Like the AWP has been good. He's been able to do work in that pistol round that they managed to steal as well. So there's potential here. And well, clearly after doing a fair amount of damage in the last round, Smash are going to take a risk. You can see the money on the CT side. If they did win this, they'd almost guarantee 8 rounds. So I can see why they'd go for it. Of course, when you're this far in the lead, it's not necessarily something you need to do. But we will have to wait and see whether or not this is going to pay off. Of course, Shox, the only one actually having the AK-47. It's a flurry of Galeals, which is not something you ever really want to see in Counter-Strike. But I wonder if they're going to go for these same smokes outside, because that has been one of the things that's been hugely successful for them so far in this match, is their outer control has been second to none.
Outer control and their ability to then use that to get into secret as well. They've had great success with those rounds. They just haven't been going for it. They've been going for these A all-ins. It's incredibly ballsy Counter-Strike, but this time around, the mollies come through, the smokes land. We're going to get what we asked for, Tom. The full outer play. The question is, will Veggie once again be the hero here? Starts to step up, finds Bubble. Will live to fight another day as well as the trade denied. Innocent finds Grux, meanwhile, putting Smash in a tough position here.
Well, once again, it's only a trade. It keeps the CT side in favor, and now Shox is going to be left into a clutch. That's not really going to happen this time. illuminar starting to find their footing a little bit in the CT side. It does help getting the weaponry behind them as well. Veggie once again is going to kick things off, but I'm starting to see the rest of the squad really step up. He is leading in opening kills, which I can't say I'm overly surprised by at the moment. But yeah, the force buy, the risk from the T's hasn't paid off, so they are just going to have to take the hit here. Chances are we'll see them with a slightly better buy going into the next round.
It's a shame things start to fall away so quickly for them, though. I think they are very reliant on this A-site play. Rather than just outright rushing it this time, at least there's a semblance of outside control, but the objective still seemed to be let's crunch on the A-site, and to be honest, that just hasn't worked for them at all. Naturally, just pistols here. We'll look to see what they can get done as a bit of damage flung out across the board, but unfortunately, it's mostly resulting in quick kills for the CT side. Smashed out, left with only 2 players. Nothing really worth writing home about in this round.
Yeah, Grux is going to try and do a little bit of damage. As I said, he's one of the players that in these clutch situations just seems to have the mind for it. A little bit unlucky. Actually going to finish off one with a dig and a second as well. I thought for a moment there might be one more to his name, but 3 kills off the back of a Deagle investment is a worthwhile purchase. You have to feel a little bit sorry for Disco Doppler there, but this second shot was clean as it gets. Wonderful stuff from Grux. Definitely a pleasure to watch him play Counter-Strike. This is now where the purchase comes back in. Now, for illuminar, they need to continue their form. Get to 8-9 rounds, and they're not in too bad a situation whatsoever. If we even see Smash winning the half, then I think they need to worry a bit. Of course, going into the T side for them as well as a new team, it's definitely possible that they'll pull out more rounds in that regard as well. Smoke's going to be going down. This time, Shox is going to take the initiative to make that rotation around. Reeks will have heard this. He'll be able to give the information over to his side. And Veggie is already down there, already and waiting. And I wonder how much more support he will call for.
I think Veggie might be the arch nemesis of Smash at this point, because he's quite literally at the entrance of every single push that the Smash side make. If they push into Hut, he's there. If they push right down towards Ramp, he seems to be there. Now they're pushing Secret. Guess who's there? It's your main man, Veggie, and he's getting it done. Once again, already 1 kill in the bag. Makes it to 2, lines up even for a 3rd as well. Veggie just the nemesis of Smash as he single-handedly dismantles them once again.
He's definitely had a couple of moments in this match so far. And being the player who sort of lurks around the A-site squeaky door in the vent, and even playing into mini, he's always going to have a lot of the first impact. Disco, this is about damage, but not this time. A flawless round from illuminar. Definitely continuing their resurgence now. They've got their purchases. They found their footing. It seems like the whole team has started to perform just that bit better. But we're going to have the pistols again, and we know what this Smash side can do. Mainly Grux and a little bit of Disco Doppler mixed in for some extra spice. Let's see whether or not they are going to be able to do some damage here. Nice to see the Tech 9 starting to come in a little bit more. I do wonder how much of that is just players looking to test it out. They've also gone for the classic matchmaking strategy, the vent dive. The bombs made it through, so that should be an easy plant. But actually, Bubbles come into a little bit of contention. Mouse was ready and waiting for this. He still loses the battle, though. The Tech 9 back to wrecking heads. And they've turned it into a 3 versus 3. The rotation going to be coming in. They need to get down and support this man on site. Bubble slowly being surrounded. He is dead for sure. But they're looking to try and find the remaining teammates. Disco Doppler is so far behind, and the bomb not really planted in a good position, although the shots is just not happening. What's going on? He needs to be jumping, maybe. That's the thing. He did at least deny the plant for now, but eventually the defusal is going to be there for Innocent. There will be another round. Still very good work with the pistols, at least. But way too close for comfort in the end.
This is just... He quite literally would have been better off jumping at this point. Not the most ideal of showings, that's for sure. But this is now what matters. Will Smash be able to deny illuminar the half win? If they can get to 7 here, it would be a good start. They have the AWP in play, they have the rifles. Let's see what they can actually do with it. Seems like we are going to be looking at some sense of an outside presence as Doppler already catches Veggie. Good to see them taking advantage of him, to be honest, because it's a duel that they've lost every time up until now.
Or fate. And it's going to be looking for the outside control. It's something they've gone back to. They were very successful in the last round, even with just pistols. They're all going to be opened from Mouse, so presence will be known. They've actually doubled up on this site already, starting to rotate a little bit earlier. We haven't seen the T's actually go back towards A main, so this is actually quite a good call. Disco Doppler, I think he's about to get caught facing the wrong way, and that will be a free kill to enable a 4 versus 4. Being smoked off as well with Snacks. A little bit wary that Ramp might be about to fall to the opposition. This is still going to be a push towards the B side. Flashbang going through. They'll make their way past the smoke. Still got to be careful of Snacks' AWP, but this time it won't connect the shot, and they still have utility to section him off if they desire. He's got a lot of work to do. This one connects, but still none of the players on Smash actually falling, and a second Molotov going to be expended. I wonder if they know there's still a man lurking around the site. Miles is going to be someone to deal with, but they have. They've caught him out. Trade will eventually come back. Innocent
Tom, they gotta get the bomb
trying to
down.
deny them a plant, but it's actually the peak coming in. And as they start to run out of time, they'll eventually get the plant in. Reitz looking to try and get the denial, but there's nothing he can do there. He will, however, get a kill and turn it into the 1 versus 1. It's him facing off against Bubble, but he knows that that bomb's not planted for him, and this should be the Ninja Defusal. There's nothing that Bubble can do, and unfortunately, that means the 8th round for Illuminar will come up. A close one, a clutch one, but it is the Poles continuing this streak of rounds.
They spent so long just delaying the plant there, fighting Illuminar. It's exactly what the CT side want, just baiting them in constantly, fight over fight towards ramp or towards radio, wherever it may be. Illuminar just baited them hook, line, and sinker into what the end was quite a rushed plant. Nice little peek towards outside though. We'll kick things off with the AWP, or towards ramp in fact. I wonder if there's more to be done here though. Oh, there's your answer. 2 very quick frags. Far from an ideal start to a round, Tom. Especially when you then see Fate just caught out, back turned.
Yeah, it is looking like this is going to be the full turnaround. Grux, though, still alive and kicking. Alongside Disco Doppler, they have been 2 players known for their clutch capabilities. Already there's a man waiting down the bottom, Innocent with the retrieved AWP. Just waiting for anybody to try and push in, and he's going to close it out. Nice work from him. It will be the 9-6 half, a strong resurgence, and I now wonder how resilient Smash are going to be on this CT side. I think a pistol win will be important to get off to a strong start. We'll get to see how Shox is actually going to be pieced into this roster. It is actually impressive when you look at the scoreline. A 6-2 scoreline all the way back, 7 rounds in a row. Now, it is Nuke, of course. There is the ability to just sort of get bogged down, let things get out of control. But now switching over to the CT side, 6 rounds, it's not the end of the world. It's just whether or not that streak of rounds has really got smashed down in the dump.
Yeah, they just have to pick themselves up at the end of the day. It's a classic saying, when you get knocked down, you got to get up again. It really is that simple. Of course, looking for that pistol win. That's where it will all start now for Smash. Also, I mentioned it, but Shox, I think all eyes are going to be on him. Obviously, the substitute player here, very quiet in the first half, unfortunately. So hoping that he can kind of come into his own as we get into the conclusion of map 2.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. He seems to be being utilized more as an entry fragger, which on Nuke is definitely going to be much more difficult than Mirage. Like it's definitely nowhere near as open as the map previously played, and a lot of the time it comes down more to executions and how his teammates are actually trading him out. So it's obviously difficult when you're not like the player lighting up the server to not get down in the dumps, but he's not had a particularly bad match so far. And in the rounds that they were winning, he clearly wasn't playing too bad. So we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, as said, going into the CT side, I think that's where things are going to be a little bit tougher for him, because he's either just going to have to fill the role of Neeks, which I feel like would be quite unlikely, as Fates will be stepping into his shoes. So maybe he'll be joining the position of his Estonian counterpart. But all in all, only time will tell. And for the other side of Illuminar, very good resurgence. And we've spoken about it in the past, how momentum can really be king. Snacks playing well. Veggie also right up the top alongside him. That's something that you want to see. And there wasn't really a weak link to that Illuminar side once they got rolling. Of course, at the beginning, it wasn't working for anyone, really. So now going into the pistol, if they can take this, they should be able to take their map choice over the line and take us to a 3rd and final. Either way, we've got our wonderful Julies. There's no kit this time, so I'm a little bit disappointed in the Doppler, but he has invested into a nade, and they are going to be running straight in towards the ramp. There's potential for it to do some damage. The CT side, it's Grux to kick things off, but the T's have traded things back in turn. It's left to just Disco and Bubble, both coming in on the flank. Really depends how patient the T's are going to be with their push. Instead, they are right down on towards that B site. The only thing they have to be careful for is if they take too much time, it could be the CT's ready and waiting for them by the time they actually go to get the bomb down.
That's the case. Is that 100% the case? They definitely were diligent about clearing off those side lanes, but unfortunately gave themselves no time to work with and then went for the open plant. The saddest piece about that round? It's another round where Doppling gets another double kill with the Julies.
Why is that sad? I'd say that that's wonderful.
I don't know if that's wonderful or sad. It depends on what side of the sort of the fan base you're on with Julies, I suppose.
Anybody who dislikes Julies is a wrong'un. Like, you can dislike the idea of a player using them if you think they're bad, but if someone succeeds with those guns and you don't enjoy it, then you're weird, because either you think the gun is great, so you want to see it bought, or you think the gun sucks, so when it does well, you should be impressed. There shouldn't be a middle ground of you being like, oh, well, I think it sucks, but I also hate seeing it. Like, then you're just a depressing loser and you just get lost.
Tom throwing some shade at the Twitch chat right now.
The dual Berettas, bang. PP Bison, bangs. The R8 revolver, bangs. Especially when JW's using it. I'm hoping there'll be more of that.
I reckon we'll see more of that later today. 100%. Minimum 4 kills.
Well, that's what we want. Well, in the interview yesterday with Chris J, I think it was Machine was trying to pressure him to go for a 1v1 duel with the R8 versus JW. Now, that would be killer. But either way, Smash, they've got off to the start that they needed. They got the pistol round. They got the follow-up in a clean fashion. Of course, the T's are going to be coming up with a purchase into this next round. It's important to note that this round almost comes across as a bit of a bonus round. You've got 4 SMGs and a FAMAS, the cheapest of the rifles. Fates into the next would have about 5,000 even if they lose. Bubble more than that. So it wouldn't be a bad buy into the next either way. So it's definitely some call for this. And SMGs on Nuke are actually fairly effective. Sure, on the outside, you don't really want to be playing too much, but if they hunker down within the site, maybe get aggressive towards the hut, take control of the squeaky door, it really does become quite difficult to actually play versus such aggressive players. And more importantly, they've got a lot of utility to play with. So all of those grenades are going to just make things that little bit more annoying. Shocks, this is a tough role to take. Him and Bubble going to be playing outside. See, the thing is, they might not have actually spotted Bubble. Now, Shocks is likely to go down. Like, he is trapped in a horrible corner. But Bubble, he didn't realize that someone was already around the corner. He waits a couple of seconds, probably gets a free kill. Instead, the first 2 frags are going the way of Illuminar.
Not been the greatest start here at all for Smash, to be honest. They did get the pistol win, of course, but here it's been a bit of a disaster outside. Bubble and Shocks dying early on. And the problem with Nuke CT side is it's not a map where you can be stretched very easily. If you look towards Mirage, ultimately you can put a player on either side and you can put a player in mid. And it's not great, but it's not horrendous. Nuke is a very different story because there are so many areas of the map that can be abused. It's very difficult to, as a trio, get all the information. Especially when you lose then Fate as well to Snacks. This leaves just Grox and Doppler now, both of which are playing together, I believe. Both of which I don't think have any opportunity into this round, to be honest.
Yeah, it might be worth even just for Doppler to try and keep the rifle into the next. The SMG, probably worth just throwing it into the wind, trying to get an AK. Something extra at least to play with, but ultimately the T's are going to have a nice, easy first round. Any damage would be useful. Of course, the T's yet to really build up any cash whatsoever. Everything was invested into this round. The good thing as well for them is they've managed to keep a lot of their utility. They've still got a fair amount of smoke, some flashbangs. Sure, the Molotovs are gone, but if you can win this outside battle without actually having to utilize any of your utility, then you don't even have much to rebuy going into the next round. So they're going to be set for cash. A CT side, maybe hunting to try and find some exits, just lurking around some different positions. But all of the T's are set up on the ramp. Now going into the next round. As said, there should be a fairly comfortable buy for the CT side, but this is where they really need to break back and do it soon.
At least they have an opportunity here to buy back in immediately. They're not completely ground out of the game just yet, but to your point, they have to pick it up sooner rather than later because CT side is not the place to be when you want to quickly buy back into rounds. Economy on CT definitely more punishing than the T side. That said, illuminar once more looking towards these outside picks. Seems like they actually decided to drop off Silo, but to be honest, no one really to find. You have got Doppler there just sort of poking his head around, but he won't be getting too wild with the peaks because he's only got a Famous. Yeah,
still
so
kept
careful.
a couple of the weapons. Doppler's actually starting to, take some real damage. And I like this hold of outside. I'd rather see them just be a little bit more passive, but he does have some support. Nice shots coming out from the T side. And now, well, Bubble and Grux could be left in a pretty horrible position. Grux at least able to take control of the lobby. The T's still lurking outside, and well, he gets caught. It's left all onto Bubble. 1 versus 4. And T's have done a very good job of just controlling any of the aggression from Smash. Taking map control, dominating outside, just as their opponents did in the previous half. And this is not the start to the CT side that Smash were looking for. Sure, normally it is the favored of the two. Now Bubble hears all the movement. Spots one. I think he's been spotted in return, though, and does get tagged up. They're just going to try and retreat and save that gun into the next round.
Looks like he won't even be able to do that as well. Innocent, a running headshot to put him in the grave. Perhaps too early to tell, but Smash, it kind of feels like they're almost looking a little bit lost right now towards their CT hold, especially towards outside. They're losing 3 or 2 players at minimum every single round to this outside play right now. Just rinse and repeat.
I think the thing that makes it more difficult is the fact that I feel like a big part of their CT side is going to be the AWP of Fates. So to almost make it very, very difficult to actually get that early into the game is unfortunate. They didn't quite have enough cash to do it in the rebuys, and I don't think they wanted to invest into it when they only had the SMGs. So instead, it's left them with basically just them having to try and challenge outside or give it up completely. And they went for the former. I personally would rather see forcing the T side to actually go for more of an execution. Pistols at least going to be able to fire one. Will stop the ability of Mouse to farm up cash with the SMG, which is still going to be important, even though the T's have got off to a very good start financially. And while this round is going to be exceedingly easier than most, because there really wasn't much invested at all.
Good money made as well, which for the T-sub right now, they're going to be very happy about. I mean, just the money they'll have in the bank is going to be insane at this point. That's what, 10k for Innocent? Okay, so 9 grand after the buy. That is an exceptionally good position for a team who are chasing an important map 2 victory right now on T-side, Nuke. You could not be in a better spot, especially given that a few of his teammates need that support later on. Veggie and Mouse, they didn't have a huge amount. So having 2-3 players all around the 8 to 9k mark is just going to set you up so nicely for the rest of this half. This is the big one though from Smash. They have the AWP.
Well, already losing that opening duel shocks. Struggling a little bit here. T-side just patiently waiting in the lobby. They've been good at basically just forcing the CT side to try and make a move. Disco's already been kept out of the sight. His teammates are available. He actually gets one straight through the smoke, though. That's helped them out significantly. Grux rotates in with one more, but it's Innocent to trade. keeps them in a 2 versus 2, and they could just back out, but they don't quite manage it. It means Innocent's going to have to try and retrieve this bomb, but I don't think they know he's already down there. So Fates has just lost a battle that he didn't even know was about to come. He was expecting it to be down the vent. Now Innocent can make his way on towards the site. A quick drop down from Grux. A little bit risky, not expecting anybody to be waiting there, but I guess he heard the footsteps and just wants to get onto this duel as quickly as possible. The 1 versus 1 to try and give his team a round. Innocent just waiting on the corner, and he's going to clutch things out once again. It's the pole to do the damage. I said at the start, I think Innocent is probably my favorite, or one of the most talented on this team. And he's definitely showing it in this match.
Definitely some key moments coming from him, but the T side on a whole, to be honest, have been impeccable from Illuminar, and the first half as well, just as solid. They're very well-rounded performance from them. In comparison to Smash, who seem completely stalled here. They had the toolkit they wanted, they had the AWP. Now there's no more excuses. Nothing is sticking for them. They seem completely lost. They're stuck on pistols here, looking at 14 unless they can do something absolutely wild, and even that seems like a bit of a stretch at this point. Rux will find Mao, so keeping things even. Love the fact they're using the frag grenades to deny the AKs there as well. A couple of those are even from the CT side, so making their own lives a little bit harder.
Already Heaven control to be taken. How does Disco win that fight? Got absolutely no clue. I think one of the CT side might be about to move into their death, though. That's a free kill for Innocent. He seems to be so good at bringing some of these rounds back, but does he expect the second player up the ladder so fast? No, he doesn't. So that will be a trade, leaving it all onto Snacks. 1 versus 2, both players with Kevlar. A rifle retrieved as well for Shocks. They have absolutely no idea where the last man is going to be. The bomb plant should give things away. Disco will quickly realize that it's going to be on the A site, and he's not quite in the right place. Shocks should just be waiting for his teammate to try and double up. Sure, Disco Doplin's low. But look at this rotation from Snacks. He's basically just trying to play the complete mind games. They don't have a kit, so he can actually look to just waste as much time as possible by going on a long rotation all the way in behind them. The defuse has been started, but he's still got so much time to actually try and deny this. And Disco has absolutely no idea where his opponent's going to be. It's going to be so close. Smash, I think they just about took it. The defusal within 0.1 of a second. That was so unbelievably close. If he'd hit the instant headshot there, it would have been Snacks' round.
You can't get any closer than that. That is so unfortunate. Smash, a lifeline for them here. They have to grab this with both hands, Tom. If they mess this up now, it is all over. They've been given a shot. A way back in. However you want to dress this up, this is the round for Smash now to show us that there is some life on their CT side. If Illuminar take this, the map's done. Hands down, it's done. I actually love this. This is the bread and butter of Illuminar now. Another secret play. Smokes down again. The molly will fizzle out. That allows them to get on down. Fates will get Snacks though, so putting some use to the AWP, which is something that you highlighted as likely a key piece of the CT side. Nice to finally see a bit of that coming to fruition, to be honest.
Even in the last buy round they had, he managed to get an important kill to drop the bomb. The only thing is he just didn't expect the position of Innocent. So it's good for him to finally have it in a round where it seemed like they have an idea. I like this. Running boost. No, they changed their mind. They're just going to try to duck into the angle, which works just as well, to be fair. They are going to be able to have this rotation in. Bubble. Opening the door will buy time for a rotation. There's now 2 players on the ramp. This is going to be a tough take for the T's with 35 seconds left, but they kill off Shocks. Veggie, clinical as ever. Bubble, his flank is perfect, but he only manages 1. Grux, however, keeps their man advantage going, at least for now. And with the bomb being planted, Grux from above could end the life of another. Drops down to just 19 HP, and Reitz is in with a chance here. Push very coming back through. He's definitely spotted Fates. May not expect the second player to come in from the same angle. And the nade drops right onto him. Disco hits the instant headshot as well. The AWP is going to be saved. And Smash hit double digits.
Would have been interesting to see if the nade finishes him off there, if the player doesn't get the kill that kills him. Because that was perfectly placed frag grenade as well.
Probably would have done about 3 damage knowing Counter-Strike.
Yeah, Counter-Strike frag grenade models are an interesting beast.
Wait, he was standing on stairs as well, and stairs seems to be the real thing that bugs out grenades. Like, if it's on the little, like, edge or the ridge of the step, then it will do 0 damage. The stair will absorb everything, so... Definitely not perfect, but still better than Valorant.
Well, it doesn't take much. We don't have wild grenades killing everything in this game, so that's what counts. What we do have, though, is some pretty solid flashbangs that are used to open up an A site. As Veggie comes flying on in, takes down shots. Bubble responds, a double kill from him. Innocent does trade it back, though, creating a perfectly even 3-on-3. Looking for a bomb plant. Great nade towards him, and that's going to be brutal. Look at it go. So much damage done. It means it's all on Fates. Have to clutch this one out, trying desperately to get rid of the AWP, get the rifle in his hands, so he can give this one a proper go.
Yeah, it just wasn't to be. Innocent once more, and some great play coming out from Snacks. It really is nice to see the some more experienced players within this roster actually doing a lot of the heavy lifting now. And while the CT side, they're left in a horrible spot once again. Money not there. They have to basically just save this one, and that would allow illuminar to get to 15. I don't really see a world where Smash turned this around. I think this was just a bridge too far, winning their own map choice, and even that came close in the end. Now, looking like illuminar are going to have this one in the bag. Nice couple of shots. Combo between Disco, Doppler, and Fates to kill off Mouse. The rest is looking like a much more troublesome scenario. There's 3 players left with next to nothing. Bubble at least having a deagle, but other than that, it's looking pretty bleak.
I think we may well be looking... I was about to say the beginning of the end, but I think we might be past that point. If anything, the end is pretty nigh. Third map, though, could get a little hectic. Maybe an opportunity for Smash to step up there. Not really sure there's much left for them here on Nuke.
Well, at least they will have a reasonable purchase going into this round. The loss bonus still at a relative position. Rifles invested into, and an AWP onto Fates once again. Still yet to have too much impact with it. At least to the level we know he can. Of course, this is somewhat of a newer position already, with the quick push coming down ramp. Grux is going to be pressured once again. Already getting the opener, but the trade is so quick. Will they expect Disco Doppler to be here as well? However, they don't, and he gets 2. That's the bomb dropped into his palms, and it's only going to be left onto Innocent. Good game for him. This would have to be a tough one. Just going to smoke off onto Fates. And actually tries to be a little bit sneaky, but it's the no-scope from Fates to close things out. 15-11. 4 rounds more needed, and of course the T's don't have any trouble when it comes to finances. They can buy comfortably.
Almost out of money now, though. So it will help Smash out if they can keep this going, but... Told, do you think there's much sustainability for the CT side? Is there any chance they can repeat these rounds, or are these just going to be one-off affairs? Because illuminar have 15. One-off simply won't cut it.
Well, that last run did seem a little bit gimmicky, if I'm honest. Like, there were some nice shots connected, but I don't think they expected a second player to be down the bottom of ramp. So it was a good read from them for sure, but I don't think it's something that can be repeated, especially now that we've already seen a full cross, or at least the majority down in towards Secret. Disco Doppler this time has switched his position once again. So they've at least got the right read once more of where these players are actually going to be going. Boost over the top of the smoke. I don't think that will give too much vision, at least to his spot. He's going to line up the incendiary, and with 2 players there, they basically have to back off completely. So Doppler at least going to be able to waste a bit of their time. Nade comes through, but doesn't really do too much damage. And the T's may even just make a decision to wrap back around towards the A site. They will have known that they've been able to bait at least the rotation back down towards the B site, and maybe that'll leave an opener for them elsewhere.
Right into the arms of Disco Doppler, who's good for 1, but unfortunately a quick trade. Shocks finding snacks as well. Does leave just Reeds and Lizard now to try and pull this one off on their own. Reeds in a great position, but they have to be careful about what's coming from the side of vents. Bubble in prime position to deny this plant, and he will by just trapping the bomb. Now they have to drop into his arms. Beautiful stuff from Grux as well. They keep it rolling, Tom. They keep it going. 12 rounds now for the CT side. 3 more required. And illuminar do not have the money to do something really perfect at all on the T side. Arguably, this is a half buy at best.
Well, Max doesn't agree. He's decided to drop over an AK. It looks like they're going to try and brute force this round.
You have to be careful with this. You can't. Brute forcing is a double-edged sword because it can work out really nicely and maybe they just close it here, or it can screw their economy.
They are going to just try and go for the barrel play in towards the A site. One for Bubble. It's changed back and forwards. All 3 players currently in heaven, and that is as quick as it goes. It's left on to just 1. Still a chance for Fates as he retrieves the rifle. Incendiary goes down, but it doesn't quite reach far enough. Flashbang going to hit him. Gives away some information. Definitely not been Fates' best game. But this will be one hell of a way to keep them in it. Smoke going to be going down as he at least tries to reposition. He needs this kill almost instantly, and he's not going to get it. It will be a 3rd map to decide who takes this best of 3 years. Both teams are able to convert their map choice. illuminar will take it 16-12 with a strong T side half. And, well, actually, to be fair, they managed to have a decent side of either map. Either way, we are going to be going into our 3rd relatively soon, so we'll join you after the break.
Going through the smoke, watch it, gonna go down, watch it with the AW.
Position, Earthshaker's moving in as well. Echo Slam connects on it too. Back row tire down as well.
Red always wins the brawl. Or can we cast the curses? There we go.
LootBet.
It's amazing how much I love.
smoke. She's gonna go down. Woxic with the AWP.
Position, Earthshaker's moving in as well. Echo Slam connects on it too. Back row tired down as well.
Red always wins the brawl. Or can we cast the curse it? There we go.
LootBet.
It's amazing how much I love betting on esports. It's so cool. What's even better is when I can use Cash Out. Wait, you didn't know about Cash Out? Cash Out is when you can get your stake back even when your bet is going against you. Just one hit and your money is safe. So go to LootBet to cash out now.
Welcome back, folks. It's our third and final map. We are here on Overpass, Illuminar versus Smash. What a game it's been so far.
Yeah, basically both teams able to take their map choice and set us up nicely for the third and final map of Overpass. Of course, another one that's fairly heavy with CT side rotation. So again, it's going to be a tough one for Shox being thrown into the mix, just like on Nuke. But I feel like there's a lot more opportunity for aggression, which definitely seems to play more into how Smash actually likes to play. I also think this is one of the maps which is quite underrated for like being a strong AWPers map. So again, I think we're going to be focusing more on how Snacks and how Fates are actually playing in this match. And I think it should be a good brawl. Of course, CT side start is what either side is looking for. So knife round, fairly important. But at the same time, we've actually seen some decent T sides from either side. So it could be an interesting one, and all in all, it's really difficult to call at this point. Again, like with both teams in sort of weird positions, illuminar not really playing too much as a squad so far, and obviously Smash trialing out a new player. It leaves us basically in no man's land with how each side is actually going to play this map, but at least we're ending on a map that I actually quite enjoy watching.
I think it's up there in top 3 maps in Counter-Strike Overpass.
What was number 1?
I have a pick that not many people agree with, but Mirage for me is actually one of my favorite maps to play and cast. But I know
I don't mind playing Mirage. I don't mind. I like playing Mirage. I don't necessarily like casting it because I think it becomes quite repetitive. I think Train is actually my favorite for both. I think Train is my favorite map to play and my favorite map to cast. Because I think it's got a really tough T side, which I like because it's more of a challenge, especially if you utilize your utility quite well. You can like try and force people in awkward positions. I think also the CT side is just fun for AWPing and aggression. So that's probably my favorite map overall. I think my favorite map maybe to cast though that might beat it is Inferno, when you get like 2 top teams. Like the best teams in the world playing Inferno is always exciting because you get a lot of late round aggression where teams are going in with like 20 seconds on the clock, and I think that makes it awesome. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Overpass. I think this is another one where utility is clinically important, but it also has that mix in which a lot of maps don't have, where you have very quick access to one of the sites. It's just very difficult to get in there. So you can take these risks and go bombarding in, but obviously there's a lot of counters to that.
Well, that's the beauty of the map. There's a lot you can do, a lot of risks that you can take. Start things on our pistol here, and already Fetz knows exactly what's coming his way. Just get completely pushed back to A. Now illuminar dive down connector and heading deeply towards B.
Already. Quick couple of trades. Nice shots from Shox, but he will eventually be killed off and left into the 2 versus 2. Fates picking off another, leaving it onto this man once again. It always seems to be innocent. He is anything but. A 1 versus 2. Grux. Fates just trying to play this one together, and it makes it very difficult for Innocent to stand any chance This is good work, considering that Shox was kind of alone here. To take 2 with him before he goes is going to help his team out significantly. And now we go into the buys. Bubble he's firmly on the buys and hype train. I am enjoying it. It's really good seeing that weapon come back in. I think that obviously the changes made should mean it comes up a little bit more. I don't think everybody's going to switch over to it, but that's exactly how Counter-Strike should be. Like, there's a lot of specialist weapons that will be brought in, but not necessarily the primary goal of both teams.
Illuminar all bunching up here, just going to be working their way out through mid. Kind of like the strategy, just move as a ball, effectively just try and trade off each other, see if the Deagles can find a headshot or two. Where is that PP Bison? I actually can't quite see the numbers on the map right now. I believe it's over on B. That said, it's most suited for armor pen, so it might be most useful against these pistols. All of which are holding up towards an A play here. Bates can't quite find anything just yet, but his teammates will start to clean things up. Doppler on the site himself did a pretty good job. From there, very comfortable 2-0.
Yeah, not really expecting too much, of course, in this round. It'll be the next where we actually get the purchase coming up for illuminar. And this is where they can look to put the pressure on. Of course, the CT side still have a few questionable weapons here. You've got the PP buyers alongside a UMP, which are not ideal, but they do come out on top when it comes to the utility battle. Aggression coming in from Fates, looking for the peek into mid, but the majority of the T's are lurking around the connector. Does give a lot of viability when it comes to splitting towards either side, and they're actually going to go for a later take into mid. Look to try and put some pressure on the players around this spot. As expected, Fates is going to be getting fairly aggressive, but it seems like I wasn't the only one expecting him to make such a play, as the T's easily counter him.
Doesn't bode too well though. Doppler gets aggressive on long just to force the refrag. It's the sort of play you want to be seeing as Shox finds one of his own. Quickly traded back by Veggie, but I have a feeling he's going to be blind and then potentially found by Doppler as well, who's in a great spot here. Molly will force him off long corner, but even so, he's just sat back bomb box, being an absolute nightmare for this Illuminar side.
Oh, left into a 3 versus 3. 40 seconds left on the clock. The more extensive weaponry has gone for the CT side, but they're still managing to make it work. Now's looking to try and push towards this A site. Both players grouped up towards long, and the rotation will actually take a while. I wonder if they've got this wrong. Bubble is now going to be spotting. He actually does quite a bit of damage, and the nade over the top might actually finish off a kill. He's got a teammate to help him out, and the Bison's going to close it. That's got to be rubbing salt in the wounds for Smash. And it will be a 3-0 scoreline in their favor.
That's a really solid start now for a CT side especially. And they're just going to look to build off this as well. I think that's going to be the most beautiful thing about this start for them, is that they can just keep on running forward. Illuminar, nothing they can really work with here. It's all going to be about round 5, which potentially could mean a Smash get a 5-0 start if they lose that next buy. 4-0, of course, I'd argue it's guaranteed at this point. You'd have to see something pretty crazy from this T side in order for 4-0 to be denied. Interesting time for a pause. I'm assuming this is one of a technical nature rather than tactical.
Yeah, I guess unless there's anything specific one of the players would have spotted, I doubt it. Shox is yet to buy, so that could be down to 2 things. 1, maybe he's having some tech issues, or 2, he's deciding whether or not he actually buys the AWP for Fates. Of course, I wouldn't like to see it in this round. I don't think there's any real value to it, considering that the likelihood is there's pistols and an AWP falling into enemy hands, even if they're armorless, can be a massive game changer. So hopefully we're just going to see the safer options for them, and we will get the silence then for just a few investments into the pistols for the T side with a couple of flashbangs, which is interesting. I wonder if this is just going to be an attempt to blast into the B site. 2 flashbangs, hoping to leave a couple of players blind. And elsewhere, you'd hope to see maybe a smoke or something. You could also use them to pop flash you into mid. But at the same time, I can't see the pistols doing anywhere near as much damage going in that direction. And while by the looks of it, the majority of the team are just going to be heading straight in towards that monster spot.
It's completely set ablaze though, so nothing they can do for now. Just have to wait it out. Flash then comes through, and the charge immediately hits a bubble, who just lets rip. Reitz opens up the site with 2 double deagles. Shock's found as well. Tom, we might have a round on our hands here if they're not careful. A rifle picked up by 1. Snacks running ideally for a second here, just fighting up against Heaven. But no plant. Rather than crossing, he's actually going to back away. I wonder if he's sprinting towards A, or even short, just to try and get the plant. But that seems a bit more awkward, doubling back to short. I suppose the decision there is just to try and avoid peeking Heaven, but unfortunately his teammate dies, so they push up on the site. Now I find it highly unlikely you better get a plant at all. The only way he can win this out by finding the 1v1 against Fates.
Oh, he's looking for it, but Fates is in a bit of an awkward position for him. Still, might have looked away at the wrong time, but Reitz not going to be expecting anybody in that corner. So another conversion. Still a little bit too close for comfort. Seemed like things went fairly wrong for them in that round. And with the amount of damage coming forward, there's a good chance now for the T side to actually break the economy here. Of course, does enable them to actually invest further into an AWP if they wanted to, but it doesn't seem like it's come up just yet. I think the finances should have been there at the beginning of the round, so I guess this is just more of a tactical decision. Maybe Fate's not feeling so comfortable at the moment on this map, or even just saving it for later. But the T's, once again, they're going to build up outside B. Now, after the success of the last round, it's understandable. The only worry for me is the 2 players in connector. This means that they can rotate so quickly over to the B site, and the T's will have a flank within the first few seconds. So they got to be pretty careful here. It's more just who gets bored first, in a sense. Like, will the CT side push out of the connector and give their spot away? Or is it going to be more of a case of the T's start their push first, or they get figured out? And whichever that ends up being could cause them problems. Crocs, he jumps across, and that's both players now going down. Sure, the flank's coming in, but I'm wondering how much it can actually do. And, well, the answer is absolutely nothing. Shock's the last man. He was playing over on the A site, and he is nowhere near the action.
That is absolutely clinical from this T side. You do not get to see better Counter-Strike than that when it comes to entries on towards B Overpass. Exactly what they need to get done. They'll finish off. A couple more kills here. At least Shocks find something in the round, but nothing we're going to be screaming about. Likely to see another quick tech pause here, as of course we've lost a member of the Illuminar side. Snacks hasn't quite cloned himself just yet. Though, can you imagine 2 times the Snacks in a server? That'd be pretty wild.
Sounds tasty to me. 4-1. A CT side are in a bit of a weird spot, because realistically, they could buy a double AWP setup here, but just have nothing else. Well, maybe a couple of FAMASs. Or they could just play it safe, invest into some extra deagles, and then come back with a better buy across the board in the next round. Of course, we are just waiting to get back into They do actually buy an AWP. This is interesting. I'm not sure I'm a fan of this. Normally, you talk about whether or not the extra $1,900 would make a difference going into the next round. The answer in my eyes was yes. Like, you would have had rifles across everybody, the double AWP setup, or just the singular could have been bought up with armor and maybe some grenades. Instead, you've got Disco on a FAMAS, you've got Shocks just on an SMG. Doesn't look like there's a kit available, and grenades, even still, are a little bit limited. It's a risk. If it works, sure, it could put them into a good position, but I'm not sure I necessarily agree with the decision here of Smash.
It's going to be just a classic case of we'll have to see how things pan out as the first duel takes shape towards Connector. Mao's already losing his life, so it doesn't start the way we would hope for Illuminar. It was already a quick AK to bolster the forces of the CT side. That starts to make this one better and better, keep in mind. The more kills they get, I mean, they only need one more frag now to replace the MP9 shocks. This is a disaster.
Oh, it's going wonderfully if you're a Smash fan. And for the T side, everything's falling apart. This was a risk round for Smash. It should have at least been contested. Instead, its utterly dominant bubble has kicked things off fantastically well. And this double up in Connector seemingly making things difficult. There's only going to be one man lurking towards the back. And with 45 seconds, there's still so much for this T side to do. You almost wonder if they might just want to save the extra guns. Snacks definitely won't be able to get that AWP back in the next round. And with Mao's able to buy, Veggie able to drop, it wouldn't be the worst case if they just hold on to their guns. So a pretty depressing finish to this round, but it is just going to have to be the remaining players holding on to their guns. So Smash, they've made it work. The next round, they'll get to buy up with all the extra utility. I wonder if there's even an upgrade for shocks off the SMG, just to make sure that everybody has a rifle into the next. Even if not, you're still going to be in a decent position.
What's interesting about the round as well is it's purely won based on one area of the map and gunfights within that area, Connector. There was no other duel to my recollection of anything outside of that. It was purely just Illuminar getting very aggressive in con. Really backfired for them.
Well, at least the T side managing to keep what they had will actually have a buy into this next round. So it's not the end of the world, but it's definitely not ideal. 5 rounds already. Aggression going to be looking in towards middle. I believe that's Fates hoping for a peek. Instead, he's being bombarded by the T's, but the counter flashes will hold them back a little bit longer. Fates is going to be able to make his way further back. But the T's have done their job. Their aggression has forced back the CT side into more passive positions, and it means they're going to be much more comfortable holding on to a decent amount of map control.
Shock's just waiting now, seeing if anyone is going to come his way. A very patient Illuminar side, though. Just slowly clearing out party. The minute they face into toilet, that's when Fate strikes. Not only good for one, but potential for a second here as well, if Doppler plays his cards, right? So far, so good. Shock slips in. The timing is perfect. The only downside is he goes for the rifle, goes for the upgrade. And that's where he'll be traded. But still, the 2v3, 38 seconds to work with. Illuminar on the back foot.
Yeah, they really are starting to run out of time. It's just whether or not there's some hesitation. The fact is there's a player so deep in towards the short position on B that they know that it's an A here at this point. Nice shot to kick things off from Reitz, trying to bait them in here, but he needs to actually go for that bomb plant. Instead, he's just going to get finished off. 6-1. Smash looking very good on their CT side so far. Oh, this double team in towards the bathrooms has left them in real trouble. Now we look at the money once again. It's still not the worst, but shouldn't really allow for much of an investment. Although actually it seems like they have... Oh, they've got a reasonable buy on the board. Never mind. Just a few pieces missing. Armor for Snacks and a few grenades gone. It's not the end of the world.
At this point, they're, of course, getting hugely propped up by loss bonus and the like. has to be said, the impact of Fates here with the AWP has been huge towards Long. He's been finding 1 or 2 picks here every round now. This time, though, very passive play. Not really getting aggressive, just playing off the corner. Not really contesting this first portion of toilets at all, which is what illuminar have having to almost been retaking quite a lot of the time. Usually, when they peaked even in the areas they are now, they've met resistance. So Smash making some minor, but still changes nonetheless to what they're doing on their CT side.
Well, 50 seconds for them to try and make their move. Fate's in a good position with the AWP and a bit of a bait and switch on Long as well in case they go that way. Fates misses an initial shot, but the second isn't going to happen, and Shox coming in with a double of his own has left only 2 players standing. They are running into an absolute brick wall at this point. Innocent and Snacks, 2 of the players who performed very well in the last map. Don't even think that Snacks has a kill yet. Well, they're just going to have to hold on to their guns. That's it. That's another round done. Just a complete shutdown. There seems to be absolutely nothing at the moment on the T side from illuminar. They're getting dominated.
The problem as well is it's not like these rounds have really felt very close. It's very lopsided play. I mean, this was, what, a 5v2 in the end? That's how the round closed out, and that's been the case round 7, round 6. It really hasn't changed at all here for illuminar, has it? It's just been kind of much of the same, just being absolutely beat down by Smash on a CT side that I'm not sure I would even call coordinated. It feels like they're just winning every fight right now, which is just coming down to the individual ability of these players more than their ability to be a structured CT side.
It is going to be another pause taken. There is the ability to buy into this next round, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them do it just because obviously 2 players can, 2 players already have their weapons. And while you got Reets, who probably just going to purchase up a Galil or an SMG. I wouldn't mind to see them put a faster play into that B site once again. Maybe leave Snacks as the anchor to try and hold on to anybody making their way through connector. And that was one of the only rounds they actually managed to win, just a brute force round where they just play off the trades. I think that's something that could work slightly better for them. And the A site hold just seems to be perfect at the moment. Like Fates has been having a good time just finding shots with the AWP, somewhat what I expected from him. But the support system he has with Shox alongside Disco Doppler has actually been working really well. And they've been quite dynamic with the way they've actually set up their CT side as well. We are going to be getting back into things. Looking like only going to be some pistols. So they're saving some extra money. The weird thing will be is if they don't get a bomb plant here, then the remaining 2 players won't actually be able to invest too much into the next round. So I could leave them in a bit of an awkward spot. And while for the T side, it is looking like it's going to be a play towards that B site this time. But look at the aggression that's already come into the middle. The CT side are going to work this out quite quickly, that this kind of has to be a play towards the B site here. The only thing is, can they actually get Grux some support in time? Because he's now the only defender. They need to get a rotator in and quick. Otherwise, he's going to be dead and the bomb site will be under the control of his opposition.
I'm actually debating leaving, but a nade almost landing at his feet apparently does no damage. Not quite sure what Counter-Strike wizardry happened there, but, well, they'll live to fight another day. The B-side play extremely likely, and it's going to be him that kicks things off. Grux will only be good for 1. As the trades come through, illuminar, they've got themselves a sight.
And Fates desperately trying to find something through the box, but he's not going to be able to net anything just yet. His teammates trying to come in from behind, but it just doesn't seem to be working out. Disco Doppler needs to connect his shots and won't. And it seems like the B site is definitely the vulnerability for this CT side. And well, I wonder if we're going to see more pressure put onto it over the next few rounds.
I hope so, because that's the first time we've really seen illuminar test it in a little while. A lot of the plays they've lost have been connector or a long or a toilet, so it's nice to see them try something different, try and see where they can find those vulnerabilities. Now that they've got around on B, obviously they don't want to be totally transparent and just go B immediately again, but hopefully the culmination of this T side does end up towards some sort of B hit, and we can start to see illuminar rack together a few rounds, because, you know, look, T side overpass, if you get 4 rounds, 5 rounds, you can make this work. They just need 3 rounds.
That might be easier said than done. It's looking like we're going straight back to the same tune as it's connector control. I've been really impressed by how Smash have been able to dominate it whenever they wanted it. Normally the T's have themselves an advantage, and instead they've just been absolutely slapped, leaving 3 players to try and rotate back around. There is still a man left out towards long. Disco Doppler with the secondary AWP. Hits a tag, make things that little bit worse, but more importantly, he's got info, but Bubble, maybe a little bit over the top, gets caught crossing. Another kill comes in for the T's, and now, well, I was about to say it looks doable, but Disco Doppler, that is flawless. Nice couple of kills, a tag, of course, to boot, and that'll be another round on the board now for Smash.
I had some hope for a second. There was a flicker of hope, and then Smash have just kind of... Yeah, it's not looking good, is it, Tom? There's no way to dress this one up. It's 8-2.
Yeah, it really does seem like the T's are struggling. Again, at least they still have the bye. The loss bonus wasn't really diminished too much, so they're not going to struggle for that. Of course, even if they can just grind out a few rounds towards the end of the half, that won't matter. And a lot of the time you see teams slow down. Veggie is going to catch a nade a bit, but ultimately not too much worry. And it does look like they're going to go back towards the B side. I like that. That's where there's been some issues for Smash. It hasn't been perfect. The A site has. It's been basically flawless. I can't even think of a situation where it really worked out, at least initially. But this time they have a bolstered defense, making a bit of a read. There is a man sneaking through the toilets they have to be a bit careful about on the other side of the map. But ultimately, this is just looking like someone trying to hold off rotations as they attempt to bombard this B site.
What's interesting is that the B site is the play. However, they have a lurker over on A long. I wonder what impact Reeds will be able to find here, if any. It's actually baited some rotations in, I think. This could work out really nicely for Luna. Perhaps a chance at round 3, but then they rotate back into play. Innocent will get the first pick, though, so at least there's that. And if he keeps on going, this should be a second as well. Oh, Shocks.
Yeah, nice work from him, but Shocks straight back in, giving his team a chance. Does fall, though. And now things become a little bit more difficult. Disco Doppler tagged. It's mainly on to Fates to try and turn this back into their favor. I don't really see a way that Doppler gets away with it. There you go. Fates has found the kill. He tries to hit the timing, though. Now it is all onto the AWPer, and he's not going to be able to do anything. The economy now damaged, if not broken, for Smash. And illuminar right back into this match.
This is the exact opportunity they're looking for. I just hope they can repeat it. It's another site hit that is very scrappy and based on, you know, in this case, Innocent opening up and going huge. I'm not sure if we'll be able to see that again. I really hope so. The upside they've got is that Smash don't have the money to keep rebuying into these rounds, so this should gift them a 4th here as well, which we have seen worse halves on Overpass, Tom. I've seen teams come back from only getting 3 on the T side, so it's not all that bad, but they're definitely going to want to make sure it's better and that they don't lose these pistols here. That is important.
What a Gambit were always the kings of throwing this map away. And Train. I still remember them winning a CT side. I think it was 14-1, and then lost 16-4. That was an impressive loss, to say the least. But this round should be fairly clean. It's already a kill coming in, and Innocent Dinked could hand away another. But for now, See the CT side just trying to hunt down one of these remaining. And are they going to expect it's all going to be on timing? Oh, he looks back. I thought he was just going to hand the kill away, but instead doesn't allow the CT to be a little bit cheeky.
Shock's just gonna see what he can do down in water. The answer, absolutely nothing. That leaves just Bubble. A solitary USP. Surely not an attempt to save, I imagine. He'll just go hunting for something. A gun, maybe Veggie's rifle. Or just a player. No real reason though for him to stay alive. What are you up to, Bubble?
I think he is searching for the gun, but it might have been thrown out of the map. That would be the smart thing to do if you were Illuminar. And yeah, he's not going to find anything, so it's kind of null and void just running back in. Just hoping that somebody exits through this direction. Or maybe hoping that the gun wasn't thrown out of the map, in which case somebody would be looking for him, but isn't the case, so ends up just staying alive. Nice shot from Grux, but ultimately didn't really play a part in the round.
Eight to 4 now. Illuminar given a real opportunity to make something out of their T-half. Some would say they're not going to get this again, so it really is prime time for them to step up and show us what they can do. Hopefully they have a bit more confidence now, to be honest, which is something they were lacking early on, as they get gifted a long control. There's a lot they can do with this.
Yeah, the CT side, we've seen some peaks come out here from Disco Doppler, but this round they don't have that much utility, so it seems like they've gone heavier into their short control. Now, considering there isn't anybody from the T side currently playing around Banana, this could work in their favor. It could work out wonderfully. It just depends how far the T's actually managed to get before they notice, and unfortunately, the Uns was quite far. Both kills coming in. A 5th round basically guaranteed, and it's just going to have to be a save for the remaining few players of Smash. So now we get up towards the marker of rounds where Illuminar are going to be quite happy with their T side, and this is what I mean. Like, a lot of the stuff we saw early on was Smash being able to dominate in the duels, and the second the gambles stop paying off, the pushes that they've made aren't working out quite as well, Illuminar start to sneak back in. And now, with the amount of cash they have in the bank, they're looking to hunt down these remaining guns. Already one gone. Be a trade back, at least from Shocks. That is nothing when it comes down to the round.
Curious to see just how far Illuminar can take this now, really. In the back of my head, thinking, do they have a real chance of 7? On paper, it's possible. Gonna have to contend with Grux and Shocks here, though. Both players obviously armed to the teeth. The other 3 counterparts, though, for Smash, not so much, just those pistols. Oh, this is perfect as well. They've all gone aggressive on short, leaving Monster completely open. No hope in hell now for the CT side. Okay, Disco Doppler. Even so, looking aside.
Did he headshot him through his teammate?
He did.
Because that's what it looked like.
I don't know how he hits that. I don't know how he even lands it. But it shouldn't change anything here. They shouldn't be able to get into this site now.
There's a couple of tag players. They can at least look to make things costly. Into the next round, they should have a buy anyway. Obviously, saving the AK would be nice. And of course, the T side money, it's like damaging it at this point is not really a possibility. It's the penultimate round of the half. They need to really focus on just making sure their own buy is strong. And the T's being a little bit lower than they'd like, are actually not going to hunt this down too much. Don't want to risk giving over an AWP or an extra AK, so they're just going to make sure that their weaponry is kept. And they've got their 6th round. This is looking very good now for illuminar. T-side starting to get that dominant streak we saw from them previously. And well, a CT side, they're at least going to come in with a strong buy here. Fates, he'll have his AWP. A rifle, I'm sure, will be into Disco Doppler's hand. They'll have full utility on basically every single player. Multiple kits purchased as well. They can at least look for that 9-6 half. It wouldn't be bad, but the thing is, after such a dominant start to this game, you kind of have to feel like they should have got more.
It definitely feels like this was Smash's game. Not necessarily a throwaway, because I think that's too aggressive a statement to make, but at least the half was theirs to run with. But that's the mistake you make if you let a team back in, especially a team with the experience of illuminar. They're going to grab it with both hands and do what they can, and they have done a great job of making some of these rounds stick here in the later stages of this first half. Of course, a pick early on, but ends up going either way as Veggie falls to the AWP of Fates, who's been crucial with some of the picks he's been finding with the sort towards A.
Now the T's. They found this kryptonite midway through the half, and it's been the B site. Players waiting outside Monster, and only one real defender of the site. Shox really is being thrown in at the deep end. I spoke about maybe being an individual anchor player, but this is a big ask as the rest of the push looks to come in. He will manage to get the first. Actually hide within the smoke, but he can't quite do too much more. Luckily, he bought time for his teammates, and that should be enough to close out this round. It's Mal's nice shot onto the first, but there's still 2 more. More importantly, 15 seconds. The CT side do not have to push this at all. They're actually still fighting this. I have no idea why. It comes way too close for comfort, but Smash will take themselves the round anyway. A 9-6 half, not bad, but we'll see what they're going to be able to do on the T side.
The T side is what matters now. If Smash are horrendous on the T side, then the entire time they're just going to be kicking themselves thinking, if we just did more in the first half, we'd be able to close this down anyway. So the pressure, I feel like, really is going to be on Smash here more than anything else to show what they can do. And obviously illuminar, I actually think, and maybe this is a stretch, but my gut tells me they actually might be more confident now going onto their CT side. They've been pretty good, actually, getting these rounds together here towards the tail end, sort of, especially the way they've been getting them. It's been some good play together as a unit. So I have high hopes, but we'll see.
It's going to be stacks with a couple of flashbangs and the kit. Decent amount of utility actually invested onto Doppler and Bubble. I wonder if this is more of an A site setup just because of the extra P250s. Unless they were going to challenge Monster, that doesn't really seem like something you'd need. And also 2 smokes. Normally you just smoke off Heaven or maybe close to the site if you were going to the B site, but it seems like a bit of an overinvestment. So long is actually going to be where their battle comes in. Of course, they need a smoke for Bank. They need one for the stairs. Unless they're just planning on running around the world. That's definitely something that we've seen before. They're going to go back down the connector. It's exactly what...
Straight out matchmaking.
This is one of those strategies that you don't see too often in the professional play. It's more trying to just bait rotations with the footsteps, but it hasn't worked. And now they're going to go back up towards A again. This is a very confusing round from a spectator point of view. But the T's have ended up on A.
Now it's just that CT side. You get to show off a bit of their play, and it's so far so good. Mouse, Snacks, Innocent, all landing shots. Grux only going to find one, and Shox chiming in for a second there. But all in all, illuminar are looking very good as they just tap them down.
Oh, exactly the start that the polls were looking for. There's not going to be an investment for the T's. No bomb plant, so they'll just pick up a dirty dig onto Grux, which I am completely okay with. The man has been an absolute fiend with this weapon. Nade's already going to leave him desperately low, but I suppose he's only looking for a one tap anyway. Well, the CT's playing this one relatively safe. Not wanting to get too over-aggressive SMGs, just going to be holding close and having the rifles as their primary weapon. The Deeg seeming a little bit cursed at the moment, as every player that seems to pick it up dies, but Disco will break it. At least managing one, and that can be a big impact going into a buy round. It can make a huge difference. Either way, still looking for that little bit more. Opland's going to find it, but not quite in the way that he'd hoped. And Bubble now holds that Deeg alongside.
That's not a shot.
Wow, the bomb. Oh, that's a nice shot. 40 seconds left. This is 2 kills already. That's not a bad round, although it seems quite anticlimactic as something for Smash going into the next. And now they have their purchase.
This is the one we've been waiting to see. Of course, their opposition, not a perfect buy. They're still going to have the UMP and the FAMAS in play, so Smash actually going into this one probably better than their CT counterparts, to be honest. Only downside is they have significantly less utility.
We'll see if that plays too much of a part. Of course, Mao's probably not going to be looking to get much more aggressive than he currently sits. Just going to try and hold those close angles on Bs, where their SMGs are most valuable. Of course, they've mostly got rifles, but those few rebuys did leave them a little bit off in terms of their purchase. This could be fairly difficult for them to actually hold on to the sites without just some raw individual aim. But they are managing to hold on to their utility quite well. Still 3 smokes, a couple of incendiaries, and HE, and some flashbangs to boot. But that's not the start they were looking for. Shox is going to kick things off once again. He did well on the entry fragging when it came to Mirage, and he's looking to do it once again. A double kill entry. And in the meantime, you see Bubble trying to lurk in through the back lines of B. Shox will finally be silenced, but it's all for a trade, as his Estonian brother will be there to catch the remainder. Not a bad kill for Maus. That's actually going to be a free upgrade to an AK-47, so they'll take that with open arms. It's something to play with in the next round, and considering their finances really aren't in too good a state, that extra weapon really could be worthwhile. And the T's can't really hunt this one.
Almost certainly can't. I mean, you've got Grux literally with an empty bank account right now, so he is waiting for that next check to pass. Thankfully, a quick check or quick payment will come through. It's not quite the esports industry. They're able to pay quite fast. It'll be $3,500 in his bank. And jobs are good. And 10 on the board if a Smash. Starting to build things up here now on their T-side as well. Into double digits. All looking very positive. illuminar can't really do too much here. They'll be really banky on Maus, and they've actually opted to force this just around that 1 AK. Not horrendous. I mean, you get the M4, or the 2 M4s up, in fact, with absolutely no utility, but this feels a little risky for me, Tom.
Yeah, I can understand it either way. Like, the loss bonus isn't going to get any better anytime soon, so with the weapons that they managed to save and what they could still purchase up, I can get behind it. Like, the next round, patience, they'd probably lose those 2 rifles, and then you'd just be in as bad a position anyway. I like that they're trying to be proactive with it, though. Like, this is more of what I wanted to see in the last round, where they still had SMGs. Like, don't wait back, don't sit back on the site. Try and get in the faces. Try and knock down whatever plan Smash had. Well, this time, with the triple setup into the toilets, there's no way Shox can get away with anything here. Peeks out, gets the first. That's more than I expected, in all honesty. But even still, the trade's coming back thick and fast. Innocent is a beast with the FAMAS and leaves just 2 players standing. make that one. He's cleaning it all up, all on his lonesome. Doesn't need any support here, and eventually Veggie chimes in with a final frag.
Keeping this one nice and close, just what we want to see. Not too surprised, though, to see the illuminar side littering this scoreboard here. Most kills and first kills stolen away by Reeds. That's such a nice paint. Anyway, back into the fray. It is going to be a mid-play. This is incredibly ballsy, Tom. Reeks once again another entry kill as Snacks doubles down. Veggie adding another to the bank as quite literally 20 seconds and it's done.
Oh, that's going to leave the T side in financial trouble, and now this really is Illuminar's game to take. They've got the financial advantage. They've got the side advantage. Well, at the moment, it seems like they have the confidence advantage as well. Like, the plays that they're making in middle are risky, but they just seem like they're individually confident. A slow start to the match, but it doesn't seem like it ever counts them out. I do think that is another thing where it comes down to a Polish Counter-Strike. Like, there's never a moment where they seem to be out of the game. And while a minute 35, the T's only on pistols. We've seen some magic from a few of the players off the back of the Deegs in the past. So that would be a very impressive round, considering it's mostly AKs on the other side, so there's not even a chance to miss a shot. Still, Grux, he's definitely one of the menaces we speak of when it comes to that gun. Gets himself at least a single kill in this round. And Bubble has found another. If he had the bomb, this would be a magnificent position to be in. Unfortunately, his opponents are currently looking after that for him. He has managed to retrieve an AK, so I imagine he's just going to try and play around and do some damage while waiting for the next round.
That is pretty much all he can do. There is a world where he gets the 1 versus 1 against Snacks, but I imagine the minute he does that, Innocent just gets slightly closer to Mouse, and no way he can get closer to Bomb, so it will be purely just about the exit kills at this point. It looks like he isn't even going to face that too much, just playing it relatively safe here towards bank.
Well, keeping it to the next round is sort of much of a muchness. I guess it stops it being given over to the other side and might give him a slight advantage when it comes to purchasing up the extra utility. Although I will say that he would have been in basically an identical position anyway, because I think that at this point they're on 2,900 loss bonus, so if anything, he probably just lost $200. But I guess he keeps it away from his opposition. 8 entry kills from Reet. No one else is even close to this man at the moment when it comes to those early impact frags. 102 ADR when you're entry fragging is a pretty impressive trait. And he's looking to do a little bit more of it. Aggressive. Up towards the party. Having a little Easter celebration, as they are looking to grind back a series which didn't start in the fashion they'd hope. Of course, Smash, trying to do as their name suggests. Reet's actually going to go down. Snacks maybe caught sleeping a little bit, but it wasn't his job to hold on to the connector anyway. Grux just about surviving, but it will give them that mid control which they desired. However, they're not going to expect Snacks to go for the repeat, giving them back an advantage in this scenario. The T's, in fact, are actually just going to surrender that completely and start edging their way in, maybe trying to follow in the footsteps of Bubble, who desperately needs to try and find the kill onto Veggie. The thing is, removing him always seems to be difficult. Just like wanting your dessert after you haven't eaten your vegetables, you have to finish Veggie before you can do anything else. For now, they're struggling to do so. They haven't even spotted him. He's going to drop the bomb, the spray, not quite connecting onto Bubble. That may be the main course down, but there's still plenty of dessert coming up through short. Bubble still looking to try and hold on for his side. Mouse and Snacks try and stop him, and while Fates is now alone, an AWP glass cannon. I think he knows he needs to get aggressive here. That looked bang on his opponent. The second one will be, and maybe a little bit too aggressive there. Hoping to finish this off in quick succession. Instead, it'll be Mouse on 12 HP to clutch things out. Another round on the board, a bomb plant at least to give something over. But that really could have been a round for a Smash, just not quite there.
That's the hard bit about that round, is it really could have gone either way. There's a few sort of subtle gunfights here and there that swayed it, I think, towards illuminar ultimately, but for Smash, it really is now the time to step up. They need to repeat what they just did and actually close it out, because they have spent every penny they have into round 23, so failing here would crush them for round 24, and that puts illuminar pretty much on the line to close out this best of 3, so they have to step up here. It has to be the round that we see some positives from this T, so as they get baited into chasing the AWP, spotting Innocent as well. This is a great start. They get the early kill, and
yeah, they'd have to make a pretty serious slip up to let this one go, especially with the bomb looking to make its way on towards the B site. The remaining CTs, I don't even know if they're going to go for this. They do have the finances, sort of, with Mouse having some extra cash, but I don't really think it's worth the risk. Especially with so many players swarming onto that B site. 30 seconds till the round is over. At least they've managed to retrieve the AWP. That will save them some extra cash, and if they can hold on to these remaining guns, they'd actually be in a perfect position for the next round. And the T's, well, we are seeing Shocks start to hunt a little bit. Might be about to walk into a couple of players. Even an extra gun or two dropped would be so valuable for his side, but he's not going to be able to do anything versus Mouse. And I do wonder if the remaining players on the Smash side will just want to make sure their money is kept.
this round, they just have to... I almost want them to play it a little bit safer, keep doing what they're doing, taking calculated jewels in connector, getting a frag there, then taking top connector control, forcing the frag on short. That style seems to work for Smash, where it very much is slow, steady, forcing these 2v1 peaks, playing together as a T side. A little hesitant about them going back to their old ways, where it's flat out aggression towards B, for example. Thankfully, not quite the case. They are just taking connector control here, which has been a token of this CT side. They've been very good initially at forcing it, so it's nice to see Smash just taking this back, something for them to work with. Really opens up these fast rotations between the A and B site. Now they have that, the choice is theirs and where they want to head.
Three players still on this B site though. If they are to head in that direction, it might be a tough take. They're going to go for the boost over the top. It gives them an angle, potentially on the players in barrels. So they do have to be a bit careful now, especially with him jumping up and down. That'll be the spot they need, and Grux, that's the entry they wanted. Still two players remaining. Bubble actually spots a second moving into the corner. Veggie tagged so desperately low. The Molotov, well, he's going to get saved. The smoke is enough. But they're clearing out these positions and they know he's there. That's another round that is looking like it's slipping away from Illuminar. And actually, they're going to run away. Just look to try and hold on to what they've got. And there'll be another round where Illuminar are forced to save.
This is starting to look a little sketchy here for the CT side, Tom. A couple of holes identified towards the B site. This is what, the third time now we've seen the B site taken by Smash this half? Doesn't sound like much, but when you look at how these rounds sort of came together in quick succession for this T side, definitely far from ideal. Snacks will get a few exit kills, but not really too impactful in the grand scheme of things. A Smash some good money in the bank now. Off the back of winning that round, they're pretty much 6k a player.
Oh, as you mentioned, they are going to have a comfortable purchase here. So it means we are going to get our rifle rounds continuing. Fate's looking to maybe go for an aggressive peek in towards Monster. It is something that's actively challenged by quite a lot of players, but as of right now, it doesn't look to be the case. Through they go. Nice shot from Shox. Taking the player's head straight off the boost. Again, finding an opener towards the B side. This time, though, the CT side have thrown in a gamble. 3 players ready and waiting. The 4th up towards the A side. Quick rotation available. The Molotov forcing one out of position. Veggie gets tagged, but stays standing. Miles with the AWP. It looked like they were going to line up, but instead, he's taken out. Leaving Veggie again to defend. Further utility just being expended. And actually, it nets another kill for Grux. A fall for Snacks as well, and leaves Reitz alone. It seems like he may just have to try and grab that AWP and run, or maybe just the latter, as he's worried he's being pincered in from behind. Got to worry more about the players actually pushing towards him, but another great round on this B side. It seems like both teams are actually struggling to defend B, and both teams were exploiting it quite heavily.
The thing is, when you look at what's actually going wrong for them on B as well, it's nothing really too fanciful from the T side. They're just exploding Monster and Shaw. It's fairly basic play. It's just the way they're using their flashes and forcing the fights. illuminar seem to give up. 1 kill here, 1 kill there. It's so quick succession that the site is just gone. Literally, you clap your hands, the B site clear.
Oh, Reed's just about gets away with that as well. That could have been a pretty big deal. Instead, 13 to 12, he keeps his gun. It's tough to say whether or not this is worth going for, though. Mouse can buy, Reitz can drop. In theory, he can drop 2, but it depends how reliant they are on getting the AWP to Snacks. If he drops the AWP, then it will only be 3 full buys and then 2 not so much in the best scenario. Snacks definitely isn't performing to the best of his ability, so I think I'd like to see the 2 rifles given, maybe 1 over to Veggie. Although he's currently at the bottom of the board, definitely not having the same impact we saw on Nuke. It's actually Reitz top fragging, but Mao's at the top of the board. On the other side of things, well, actually the top fragger is shocked. You can see the 18 kills, 18 deaths pretty much shows the way he's been playing. It's the entry fragging role, running and gunning.
Bubble's an interesting one for me. 9 to 15.
I don't feel like he's been doing particularly bad. I honestly don't know. There's something that it might be Doppler, but that is me just guessing.
I do believe that is the case though, from again just memory that Doppler calls, or at least old school Smash. So I don't know. Bubble at 9 kills.
I feel like Bubble. The thing is with Bubble's playstyle is he's the lurker. So if things go bad, he's always left in a horrible situation every single time. And a lot of the time, like some of his rotations, they've been caught by the T side. I believe also he might have been playing the B side when it came down to the CT side, and they were getting wrecked on the B side. So yeah, not his best game. But if they win, I don't think they'll care, especially with a new player in their mix. But I feel like Shox has been holding his own, especially for what looks like a first official, especially considering HLTV only changed his team today. So,
well, fun fact for you on that, which we'll touch on after this round, but there is some news regarding the situation on this 5th player. For now, though, let's focus on the action, which is Fate smashing Reitz out the server. And I love this as well, because rather than just abusing B over and over again, and basically that being the only part of the map they touch, they're starting to change things up again, getting a great pick there towards A. it's nice to see them be a bit flexible, not just rinse repeat the B site every time. They have to make this A play work though. That's going to be the thing, because in the past, not been super great.
Oh, not quite working out for Grux either, and now there might be some hesitation for the remaining players.
Just go back B, you've got Bubble out.
Yeah, this is Bubble's play. It's basically just try and lurk into the site. He's going to get the first pick. He's managed to round the corner onto the next, doing some damage through, but he isn't going to find the kill, and that's both times now where they've looked to push into one of the sites and their player has been dropped. The Molotov is going to hold back Veggie as the bomb is going to be planted. Nice shot from Shox to find the man in heaven, and actually gets the second as well. That was looking highly unlikely. Now it's onto the AWP. I don't know why Fates is so aggressive here. He has the bomb ticking in his favor. Flashbang gonna leave him blind. Doesn't even really need to peek this. In fact, he gets the cross off. That's exactly what he needed. Now, Maus does have himself the kit, but the Molotov will hold him back that little bit longer and tick that bomb even further, leaving him with a little amount of time to play with. Fates, yeah, he's just playing with him at this point. After realizing he didn't need to go for that kill, he has got this in the bag, and the AWP has done enough to give them their 13th round. Another clutch situation. Another big round from Shox. Those 2 kills in the 3v2 pretty much gave them the round. And he left it onto, again, his other Estonian to bring this one back. 14 now to 12. Smash slowly edging out these rounds.
So one of the things that's come out about Smash that's just literally an article posted during this match where Smash and HLTV have had a little chat, it seems. And basically, it's what we assumed, but it does confirm that they are actually testing players now, and that it seems to be that Shox is the first player to be tested. So this is a really good opportunity for him, because he is blowing up right now in this best of 3. I mean, him getting the second kill there on B site is huge. So this is the perfect start for what is effectively, I don't know his age, but a very talented player trying to get out of Estonia and into the wider
22.
European scene. Well, not quite a young gun, but still, good work from him so far.
It's an opportunity for sure. Well, it seems on Overpass at least he's taken it. This investment from the CT side is minimal, but we've seen them lose these rounds before. Not the start you're looking for. If you're Shox and Reitz trapped in the corner here, he's actually going to get the second. This should not be allowed. The pistols, once again, proving to be an issue for Smash. They need to kill this man off. There's 2 guns down on the floor. He's looking to try and retrieve one. Trying to throw in some utility to kill him off. How's he even hit the dink there? And while alongside that, Bubble's now gone down. This round is looking over. I think they might just have to try and save here. Fates does manage to connect another shot. Mao's going to be up close. I don't know if they'll be expecting anybody to be here. And he's just going to mow down another shot from Fates, making this somewhat possible. He might be able to just run the gauntlet all the way to B, and actually the CT side won't be able to stop him. They'll be coming in from behind. We'll shut the door in their face just so he knows that if they come from behind. And this man, he won the 1v1 in the last round. He's looking to try and go for the 1v2 here. Now Veggie, he's only got a pistol still. This round should have been over by now. Fates should have been dead. We should be talking about how this was a throwaway. Instead, he's been given a chance. A decent position. Already gets the first kill. The trade's coming, and it will be taken as well by Innocent. So close for Fates in a round that really he shouldn't have had to attempt this clutch. Unfortunately, based off the heroics of this man here. And in the end, Innocent, he couldn't quite hold on. It was close. It seemed like he sprayed a pattern around him onto the wall.
Extremely close, in a round where Fates really shouldn't have had a say in a 1v2 there, let alone get it down on towards B. But gives it a good go, doesn't close it out, but still at 14-13, a match that is very much all to play for. And well, looking back right at the start of the round, the fact that Reitz gets a double kill with a CZ is madness. It really is.
Well, still, the T's have an investment here. They could just break back into this round, and maybe it won't matter so much. Of course, Easier said than done. Reet's going to be in an aggressive position once again. We've seen how many entry kills he's had, but not this time. It's going to be Snacks instead. Brooks looking for the peak, and while Snacks is just hitting everything at this point. Just waiting for them to peak, and one by one, they fall. Eventually, Reetz will pounce from his position, and well, Bubble left lurking on the other side of the map. He'll get one, but at the cost of 66 HP. It might just have to turn into a save. The next round's actually going to be quite pressing for the T side here. They look like they had this match almost in the bag, but instead, illuminar have fought back right at the depths. And the money now for the T side really is an issue. It is just going to be Bubble attempting to save his remaining weaponry. And well, the CT side have got themselves right back into this game.
Gonna put you on the spot here, Tom. Who wins this? And do we go to OT or not?
I think just based off finances, I would lean towards illuminar now. And in all honesty, I don't think so. Like, they've got the money back at the perfect time. The T's kind of have a horrible decision to make here of whether or not they actually buy into this round. Like, they can get Disco Doppler a gun, but everybody else would be in a horrible position. And if they save here, sure, they'll have a buy in the next round, but even that won't be anything too impressive. And I think Snacks has come alive at the perfect time. That AWP really damaging. And if he can be a focal point of their A side, it means they can also stack more players up into B, which was basically the real issue that they had. So it's a tough position. I think really you just have to go for a couple of pistols and hope that Bubble can pull off something impressive. The problem with that is he really hasn't had a good game, unfortunately, today. So I think that it's more likely that it will be a 15th round for illuminar. And on the other side, probably just an eco.
Tough decision, that's for sure. I can totally appreciate the pause. I think the only thing that potentially prompts this being a force from Smash, there's the obvious piece, which is that Bubble has the AK, but I think the other factor is that Disco Doppler has 3.8 AK, 2 rifles and a bunch of pistols, kind of SMGs. It's not horrendous. It's not great, but it's definitely not horrendous. And as you put, the buy they get next round isn't going to be much better anyway, so maybe they go for it, but this is an incredibly tough call to make. But there's the decision. AK comes up. Deagle, Kevlar on towards Grux as well, focusing exclusively on the utility, it seems. As it will be just Fates and Shocks left to buy. Looks like we're going to see Galil. No utility on him. We'll be able for the flash, but most importantly, what we're looking for is the smokes and molotovs here to see if an execute is actually feasible. It looks like they'll have enough utility on Shocks if he skims out, which he will do so. Focusing again just on the Deagle and getting everything they need to piece together the nades for a B hit or even an A hit.
Well, we'll see if it pays off for them. It gives them 2 attempts to try and at least get to 15 and has the chance for them to win this out in regulation. Of course, the G side are just going to be building into B. It's been what's worked for them so far. It's looking like they're going to try and go through, and they've just been slaughtered. Absolutely ruined by Mouse. It's Shocks left alone. A 1 versus 5. I don't really know what he's going to attempt here. An AK retrieval would be the best case. But the chances of him surviving are slim to none. The bomb out. And unless he's planning on saving for over a minute, might as well try and do some damage here. I think that's the best case scenario. He's going to be coming in. There's a first. Be one hell of a way to make a debut. 50 seconds left on the clock. The CT side are not going to be pressuring anymore. They've grouped up into a Polish-style death ball. And any peak that Shocks tries to make will surely result in him hitting the dirt. He has to make it anyway. Snacks has him dead to rights, and that will be Illuminar now with their 15th round on the board. More of the same in the next for Smash, as they will be purchasing up once again. Nice spray down from Mouse and Veggie, but ultimately too predictable in their play towards Monster. By the looks of it, the T's are going to take one final pause to try and keep themselves in this best of 3.
That has to batter your motivation, probably the wrong way to put it. I'm thinking mentality, that's the word I'm looking for. When you get just absolutely wrecked through a smoke like that on what was such a pivotal force buy that you've clearly spent significant time talking about and planning what you're going to do, to get wrecked by just a spray through a smoke like that is... I can't help but feel like Smash are going to struggle to recover from that and just get going again here.
Oh. The purchase they have is not pretty. Even an extra weapon just dropped away in case Snacks needs it for the retake. It is looking like they're planning on just bombarding this B site once again. There's early defense here. Fate's not quite able to connect the shot on an early nade that does so much damage. In fact, Shock's tagged down to just 27 HP already. The push comes in though, and they do manage one onto Fate. Still going to be another player within the site, and Mouse is doing work once again, but the trade is available. However, just 2 players stand between Illuminar and the victory. They've had a good fight back in this match. Crux is still standing though, but wow. Now he's the only one left. A 1 versus 2 to try and save his team here. Looking to try and get aggressive, but they're both going to be waiting in the corner, spotting, or not spotting him out. There's actually a chance for him to get a little bit closer than maybe they would have liked. It is going to be the bomb plant. And now Snack's just looking around the corner, actually runs in. I don't know why he did it with the USP, but it doesn't matter. Illuminar are going to take this in regulation. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a victory for the new boy on the block, Shocks, but definitely not a bad debut, to say the least. Unfortunately, the Polish powerhouse, maybe the up-and-coming Polish powerhouse, take it over the line today.
Yeah, very good result. Very back and forth. I think this best of 3 has been a real show. So glad to see them be able to really deliver with this new roster. Fingers crossed, no more changes. Hopefully a bit of stability for the Illuminar lineup as now. We look forward to tomorrow's counter.
Going through the smoke, walks in, gonna go down, walks in with the AW
Position, Earthshaker's moving in as well. Echo Slam connects onto 2. Back row tire down as well.
Red always wins the brawl. Or can we cast the curses? Oh, there we go.
LootBet.
It's amazing how much I love betting on esports. It's so cool. What's even better is when I can use Cash Out. Wait, you didn't know about Cash Out? Cash Out is when you can get your stake back even when your bet is going against you. Just 1 hit and your money is safe. So go to LootBet to cash out now.
again, if you're north